Welcome back to Berserk League Duels. Today we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Mappas for the win. We'll be right back with more action from Mappas after a quick technical timeout. And we are back live on Mappas with Phantom and Vortex, still deadlocked at 0. Phantom enters this one as the top-rated player in our league, and his 70% win rate on this map usually means he's the favorite. It's interesting to see him drop the opening frame, especially since Vortex has traditionally been the one to beat him in their most recent meetings. Phantom's now clutching a slim lead over Vortex. Vortex hasn't found much luck in his other games today. Unbelievable. He just completely shut down that response and keeps his streak alive. He's really making it look easy for the top seed here. Vortex reacts faster this time, catching his opponent right off the ramp. He needs these kinds of rounds to overcome the head-to-head deficit. Phantom is firmly in control now, leading 4-2. He's certainly looking more comfortable than he did during his match against Catalyst. Vortex close back, trailing by only a single round. Vortex is proving that his rating alone doesn't define this fight. Vortex is really starting to seize the momentum here, leveling the score and putting the pressure on Phantom. The overall head-to-head record heavily favors the #1 seed. Vortex is simply outclassing him right now, grabbing another fast victory to take the lead. Coming into today, this was certainly a challenging set of games for him. Absolutely untouchable right now as he extends their run to 4 straight. The gap in their ratings isn't showing at all right now. He's just not letting up, securing another clean win to firmly seize control here. Phantom is really struggling to get back to his usual standards. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's played exactly like the favorite we expected today. He'll need to keep this intensity up to close the series out. Time for the switch. Vortex is currently playing far above his 20% win rate from the last 10 matches. And honestly, it's surprising to see him look this composed while the higher rated player is faltering. He's really putting the pressure on Phantom right now. Phantom gets the better of him from the ramp, finally showing some fight. That's exactly the kind of stability he needs to stay in this. Vortex still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. The 5th ranked player is really holding his ground here. Vortex just completely owned that ramp play to keep the pressure high. He's definitely making up for those early losses today. Vortex is cruising along with a comfortable 10-7 lead. He's putting on a real clinic here, securing another clean frame to keep this rally going. He's finally starting to trade the blows effectively now. Good lord. He barely survives that exchange. A complete slugfest that leaves him clinging to life. Absolute chaos in that encounter, but he manages to walk away. He takes a chunk of damage in that exchange, but it's not enough to stop his climb. He's quickly erasing that lead. A sudden shift in momentum for the favorite. Vortex puts himself in the driver's seat, needing just one more to finish this series. This mirrors his dominant performance against some of the field earlier. Phantom manages to drag himself back into this by cutting him down from the ramp. He's refusing to just go down without a fight. He just keeps pushing back. That's another effortless round to keep his hopes alive. It's becoming a true battle of nerves as we hit the final stretch. A cautious exchange that finally ends in his favor, forcing this fight into overtime. The pressure is absolutely suffocating now. What a way to respond. He's completely taken over this series with 4 straight frames. The momentum has completely swung in his direction. He's absolutely on fire right now, extending that run to 5 consecutive rounds. The momentum has completely flipped with that win. He just won't stop, pushing his lead to 15-12 after that dominant run. Hard to imagine this ending any other way after that absolute collapse. What a finish! Phantom secures the final blow and closes out an incredible comeback to win it all. Just an absolute roller coaster of a series, but the top seed proved why he's the one to beat today. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a fight! Welcome to Italy. Catalyst and Vortex are ready for a quick showdown to see who comes out on top. Catalyst really owns the head-to-head history here, taking over 67% of their lifetime matchups. It makes this early lead for Vortex even more interesting given how hard it's been for him to close out against the top 3. We'll see if he can maintain that confidence. Catalyst is starting to pull ahead now, 2-1. He's completely taken over the server, picking up another victory to push his run to 3 straight. Looking like a repeat of their clash from earlier today. He's just completely in control now, moving the lead to 4-1. Hard to see a way back for the 5th ranked guy right now. A clean response from Vortex, who is finally starting to claw his way back. He really needs to find some consistency if he wants to secure this. Catalyst has converted over 80% of his last 10 matches. That level of consistency makes it very difficult for anyone to sustain a comeback against him. It will be tough for Vortex to turn this around if he can't string together a few more rounds. Catalyst is flexing his dominance, now leading 6-3. Expectations were higher for the other side heading into this. The gap is widening here. If the trend continues, this could be a very short afternoon for Vortex. He's really starting to look like the stronger seed in this pair. He's just too fast, picking up another one to maintain that huge momentum. He is playing exactly like the higher ranked seed today. Catalyst takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, this is playing out just as we thought it would. He's making a lot of his higher rank felt right now. Let's see if Vortex finds some rhythm. Vortex strikes back to bring it to 9-4. The top 5 on the ladder are always fighting a war of attrition. Catalyst is just ruthless, extending his lead to 10-4. It's a tough day for him, especially coming off that match against Phantom. The speed of these engagements is wild. Both of them are just reacting instantly right now. Both of these players have been incredibly active today. Catalyst just can't be shaken, shutting the door on any kind of comeback attempt. What a shot down. He effectively wipes out that small rally to put himself on the verge of victory. Boom! That's the final kill of the set, and Catalyst finishes it off in style. He's really continuing that winning ways against the 5th ranked guy, just putting on a clinic on this map. Welcome everyone! We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off in the arena to see who comes out on top. Phantom comes into this as the #1 rated player in our system, and he looks sharp right out of the gate. Although the history here actually favors Catalyst, who has won the vast majority of their recent head-to-head clashes. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can actually flip the script today. Phantom holds a slim lead heading into round 4. He's certainly not playing like the underdog today. What a frantic scramble. He barely holds on with a sliver of health to secure another victory. He's really asserting himself as the current king of the hill. Catalyst needs a huge answer now to keep this a 3-2 contest. A very disciplined series for the number 3 seed so far today. Phantom's just cruising now with a commanding 4-2 lead. It's a complete reversal of the recent head-to-head trend. These two are trading blows back and forth now. Neither one is letting the other get any breathing room. And just like that, Catalyst has forced a dead heat. Coming off an incredibly busy day with 43 total rounds played. Phantom just reclaimed the edge, putting him up 5-4. A very precise showing from the top seed thus far. Phantom is really taking advantage of his top rank right now. Well, it is impressive to see him build this lead, considering Catalyst has a significant overall advantage in their head-to-head history. It will be a tough climb for the 3rd seed to get back into this. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. It's a much tighter battle than we anticipated, given how often Catalyst usually beats him. The pressure is really on for the second half. Fresh start for both guys. Catalyst just snatched the lead at 7-6. He's certainly making the most of his high volume today. Catalyst is starting to pull away now, leading 8-6. His 80% success rate over the last 10 has been incredible. Simply too fast, he's completely shut down the opposition with an effortless kill to extend his streak to 3. He just keeps on rolling, effortlessly picking him off the Tetris for another straight win. The top seed is really feeling the pressure now. A very tidy exchange that lets the top seed get back on the board. The #1 seed is fighting hard to close this gap. Catalyst is really putting on a clinic here, and the gap is starting to feel quite wide. He's definitely a seasoned pro throughout his 23 games today. The momentum has shifted toward a very balanced exchange lately, with neither player able to string together a long run. He's showing incredible heart, putting together a 2nd straight win to keep the pressure on. We're seeing a major surge from the league's top-rated contender. A clean finish puts Catalyst just 1 round away from victory. The top seed is staring down a truly surprising exit. He's refusing to go quietly, securing another win to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting back with everything he's got to avoid the loss. He simply won't let the match slip away, keeping his cool to stay alive in this. He's proving exactly why he's the favorite heading into this final stretch. Unbelievable. Catalyst survives a total war to close out the series and take the map. He really dug deep to claw back after that early deficit. A huge result for the 3rd seed today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex in today's match to see who comes out on top. Phantom has a massive head-to-head advantage with over 2,000 career wins against Vortex. You know, it's a psychological edge that really weighs on the scale in these types of duels. I'm curious to see if Vortex can shake that history and find some ground here. Vortex is cruising along with a 2-1 lead. He's really making a statement despite being the lower seed. The momentum has completely shifted back to a dead heat after that quick exchange. Phantom claws back to a slim 3-2 lead. The top seed is starting to flex that skill gap. Unbelievable. That was a complete slugfest, but he manages to scrap through for another win. The number 1 seed is simply refusing to let a lead slip. He's completely taken over the map, extending the run to 4 straight. Vortex has really struggled in his last few outings today. Vortex answers back with a sharp reflex, showing he's not out of this yet. The underdog is definitely starting to carve out some space. He keeps the pressure high, moving in for another clean win to trim the lead. He's really challenging the expectations we had going into this series. Phantom is showing a consistent level of class, as seen in his 62% win rate on this specific map. That high success rate is really providing him a safety net as he pushes his lead. I'll be watching to see if Vortex can find any answer for that. We're all square at 6 apiece going into the break. Well, the underdog is fighting tooth and nail against the odds here. It'll be a toss-up to see who takes the final lead. Let's see who breaks first. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, reclaiming the top spot. The number 1 rated player in the league is playing focused. That was an absolute shutdown, and now we're completely tied up at 7 apiece. A lightning fast reaction to get this match back to even. Phantom just edged forward, grabbing an 8-7 advantage. The top-rated player is really starting to distance himself. Phantom holds a 2-round cushion as we hit 16. Vortex is really feeling the pressure today after his tough run of games. A long stalemate that ended in a total blowout for the top seed. The world number 1 is proving far too precise for the challenger. Vortex shows some real grit here, coming out untouched after a tense standoff to keep his hopes alive. A quick, decisive response to stop that momentum from snowballing. Vortex is showing incredible heart right now, taking another one to keep himself in this. A complete shift in momentum as this series tightens up. What a fight! He barely walks away from that exchange, surviving by a hair to reclaim the lead. A tough day so far for the 5th ranked player. Vortex is showing a lot of resolve, cutting the lead down to a single game. He's truly playing with nothing to lose in this series. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he survives to bring the series perfectly level. Phantom looks surprisingly shaky given his status on the ladder. What a nail-biter. He barely escapes with his life after that fight, putting himself just one step away from victory. He just barely survived that ramp exchange. And there it is. He closes things out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. Vortex put up a massive fight today, but he just couldn't close the gap in those final exchanges. He really gave the top seed a run for his money. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Redline. We have Catalyst taking on Vortex in this match, with Catalyst entering as the clear favorite. Catalyst holds a significant advantage with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. This recent run of form suggests he should have no trouble handling the pressure. I wonder if Vortex can use this early lead to disrupt that momentum. Catalyst just answers back by picking him off the ramp, bringing us right back to a tight game. He's certainly proving to be a tough matchup for the number 5 seed. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 3-1 cushion. An impressive start for someone currently sitting outside the top 5. Vortex is holding strong with a 3-2 lead. It's a familiar story given their long-term head-to-head history. Vortex just proved that taking the ramp is a winning play today, moving further ahead in this set. Vortex has struggled immensely lately with a win rate of only 20% in his last 10 outings. So yeah, it's a massive shock to see him completely outclassing an opponent who usually owns this matchup. He's playing like a completely different player today. He refuses to back down and keeps the pressure high, cutting the gap to 2. It's a total role reversal from the pre-match projections. He claims another victory from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away. The pressure is mounting on the man who came in as the favorite. Vortex managed to hold that high ground again, quickly widening the gap to 2 rounds. He's really defying those previous head-to-head results today. What a statement from the favorite, shutting things down completely as he fights to stay in this. That was a lightning fast trade of 5. We're heading into the break with Vortex up 7-5. Well, it's a genuine shock since the number 2 seed usually controls these bouts. Vortex is showing a huge amount of confidence to hold this lead. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Vortex stretches the lead to 3, firmly in control. That was a blistering exchange to end the round. It's just a nightmare for the higher seed today. Catalyst is digging deep, simply erasing him from that ramp position. It is a total flip from what we expected to see. The gap continues to shrink as he secures another round, showing a lot of heart here. The momentum is shifting quickly after he nearly took the lead. Vortex just shuts down that mini comeback attempt, maintaining a 2-round cushion. He is really showing a lot of poise for someone currently outside the top 5. He's refusing to let this slip, stepping up again to keep the deficit narrow. Vortex maintains a 2-round edge as we start round 18. He just brushes him right off that ramp, showing some real grit to close this gap. The tension is palpable now as the match reaches its final stages. It's rare to see the higher rated player struggle this much to close out. Vortex earns his match point with a commanding display from the ramp. He's looking incredibly composed as he pushes for the finish line. He just keeps digging in, refusing to let the door close on this match. A quick reaction here to keep things interesting. We'll be right back with more action from Red Line after a very quick technical pause. And we are back on Red Line with Vortex holding a 2-round lead at 12-10. He's refusing to go quiet, keeping this fight alive with another perfect set of shots. The deficit is down to a single round. Absolutely incredible. He has completely erased that deficit to force overtime. A complete deadlock as we push into extra time. Unbelievable resilience. He's now taken 4 in a row to claim a lead in this overtime set. A completely different energy from him during this final stretch. Vortex puts an end to that momentum and levels the series. A dead heat coming into the next frame. What a scrap. Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to survive the chaos to grab another round. That was a nail beater of an exchange. What a turnaround. He's now just 1 round away from closing this out. He's simply outplaying him in these high stakes exchanges. What a scramble! Vortex barely escapes with his life after a wild exchange to keep the series going. Desperate scramble to stay alive, but he manages to claw it back. Good heavens, he barely survives that clash, pulling ahead with just a sliver of health left. His nerves of steel are really starting to... Catalyst takes a thin lead, putting him up 16-15. Catalyst extends that lead to 17-15 after a huge round. The momentum has fully swung back toward the higher seed. Catalyst is now firmly in the driver's seat at 18-15. The favorite has finally regained total control of the server. Catalyst is running away with it, now leading 19-15. He really had us sweating for a minute, but he just refused to let that overtime slip away. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Mapas. Today we have a great matchup between Phantom and Catalyst to see who takes the win. Phantom has the historical advantage on this map with a 70% win rate. It's a stark contrast to the way things started here. He'll be looking to use that confidence to claw back into this series. What a scrap! He barely survives that engagement to take a 2-round lead. The top seed is definitely showing his class right now. He completely shuts him down on the ramp to secure another round. A tough spot for Catalyst, who had been rolling through his matches today. A quick recovery for Catalyst to tighten the gap. He's coming off a really impressive set of results today. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. The top-rated player on the ladder is putting on a show. Unbelievable. He manages to survive a frantic exchange and comes out on top. He's looking to flip the script after that recent loss to Catalyst. He just doesn't let up, picking the other player right off the ramp to extend his lead. Catalyst had a massive lead in their previous meeting, but the momentum shifted. What a fight. He barely edges out the victory in a brutal exchange to cut the deficit to 6-3. Catalyst certainly knows how to handle this specific opponent. Perfect execution from the ramp as he keeps the pressure on. The underdog is starting to make this a real contest. Incredible. He scrapes through that clash with almost nothing left, keeping his momentum high. That's a huge shift in energy coming into the final stretch. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing the underdog completely defy the odds here. He's playing with a lot of aggression to keep Catalyst off balance. Side swap, let's see the response. Phantom is finally capitalizing on his overall skill level to pull ahead in the score. He's had to fight through some tough series today, and honestly, it looks like his perseverance is finally paying off. Now it's all about whether he can keep this momentum going. Phantom is cruising now, holding a commanding 3-round lead. The overall head-to-head slightly favors him anyway. Phantom is putting a real stranglehold on this match, leaving Catalyst with a steep hill to climb. The top seed is truly showing why he's the best player on the ladder. These rounds are ending faster and faster. Phantom is practically teleporting onto Catalyst right now. He wipes him off the ramp to put himself 1 round away from victory. A vital stop by Catalyst to keep the dream alive. That grit brings him right back into the server. What a way to close it out. Phantom finishes the game with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's just too quick for him today, showing an insane level of speed in those mid-round duels. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on Fast Aim today as Phantom takes on Vortex. Phantom is sitting on an impressive 63% lifetime win rate. It's clear that the experience is paying off, especially since he has won their last head-to-head meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can break that streak today. He just plucks him off the planks to move to a perfect 3-0 start. Total shutdown. He's completely taking over the server right now. He's definitely keeping up the pace from that earlier victory against him. Absolutely crushing it. He's just not letting up the pressure at all. Vortex has had a tough run today with only 17 rounds won overall. He secures another clean win from the ramp, extending the lead to 6-0. His superior ranking is really showing right now. Finally, a breakthrough for Vortex to put a stop to that run. He has definitely been fighting an uphill battle through his recent matches. Phantom quickly responds from the ramp, making it a 6-round difference in this set. He's clearly in top form today, with 3 wins in his last 4. Vortex has struggled in his most recent games, going 17-26 over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it feels like he's simply unable to find an answer for the #1 seed in this series. He really needs to find a way to shift the momentum now. The two of them were glued to the same spot, and Phantom just proved he was faster on the draw. His recent form has been a real struggle, falling in 6 of his last 10. Phantom heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he's completely defying the odds makers right now. Vortex just isn't responding, and the underdog is firmly in control as we switch sides. Time to see a comeback attempt. Vortex manages to hold the ramp here, showing some real fight as he strings together 2 straight wins. The 5th seed is finally starting to find some footing. Phantom is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-4. The #1 ranked player just shut down that mini comeback. He's simply not letting any room for doubt today, pushing himself right to the edge of victory. A massive contrast to those recent losses the underdog suffered. Vortex is putting up a fight, snagging another win from the window to keep this a contest. It's a tough spot to be in, especially after those previous 3 losses. Vortex is putting up a serious fight now, controlling that ramp for another win. It's a bold search from a player who has lost his last 3 series. Just a flicker of movement and he's locked it down, a single round away from victory. A vital stop for Vortex to keep his hopes alive in this series. He's showing a lot more grit than he did in that 13-11 loss earlier. He refuses to go down quietly, securing a 2nd straight point to push the tally to 8. Vortex is on fire, securing another one from the ramp to keep the charge going. He's completely flipped the script in this 2nd half. What a run. He secures another clean kill from the ramp, extending the streak to 4. He's totally shut down the #1 seed's momentum. The resurgence continues as he keeps this incredible flow going to bring the game back to a 1-round difference. The pressure has completely shifted onto the leader's shoulders. Unbelievable! He keeps the momentum going to lock in a dead heat at 12 all. A huge stand from Phantom as he claims the win from the ramp, ending that momentum shift. The top seed really knows how to close out these games. A high stakes battle on the boxes, and Phantom comes out on top. Vortex has really struggled to find a win today. What a gutsy recovery. He outduels his opponent from the ramp to close that gap. The pressure is really mounting as we head into this final stretch. Phantom comes through in the clutch, putting his opponent on the ropes with a narrow lead. That's a clean response to get back in the driver's seat. Unbelievable. Phantom closes it out with a completely untouched finish to secure the series. He really looked like he was about to pull off the impossible there for a minute. Pure heart from Vortex to force a tiebreaker like that. What a battle. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex today to see who can dominate this map. Catalyst dominates the all-time head-to-head with over 500 wins. It's interesting to see that trend flip immediately here because he's clearly not as comfortable on this specific map. We'll see if the rating gap starts to matter as this progresses. Vortex is really rolling now with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is really building up a head of steam early on, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst. He's absolutely untouchable right now, claiming 3 straight. What an absolute war. He digs deep to claw another round back into his column. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Vortex holds the high ground and takes it quickly, extending his lead even further. Vortex really needs these few points because his overall form has been tough, holding a negative record today. Well, it seems like he's finally finding some footing in this particular match. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up before Catalyst settles in. He is simply in total control of the map, picking up his 4th straight victory. Catalyst manages to knock him off the box, slowing the momentum down just before the switch. Vortex takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the script has been completely flipped here. Despite the rank difference, the underdog is putting on a show and forcing the top-tier player to fight for every point. Time to see if he can hold it. Vortex is cruising with a comfortable 8-5 cushion. He's starting to look more like that second-ranked player now. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9. The momentum is shifting heavily away from the second-ranked seed. It's getting a little scary now, as Vortex is just a few steps away from shutting the door on this one. That's a tough spot for the second seed to be in. He's taking complete control again, securing another victory to push his lead to 11-5. A really shocking contrast to their usual head-to-head history. Catalyst manages to clear him off the box and stays in the fight. A huge contrast to the 1915 result they had on Redline earlier. Catalyst just deleted him right off that box, really putting the pressure back on Vortex now. Vortex reacts lightning fast to put himself just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable, he barely survives with a sliver of health to close out the game. He really proved he can handle the pressure on this map. A huge result for a guy who's been struggling all day. Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off in an exciting matchup today. Phantom starts things off with a fast read, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto that ramp. Phantom is currently the #1 player on our ladder, yet the head-to-head record actually tips slightly in favor of Catalyst. It's a fascinating dynamic because that long-term history often creates a psychological edge that offsets the current rank. Let's see if Catalyst can translate that legacy into a lead here. Phantom's really dominating this set, holding a 3-1 lead. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp and manages to pull this set right back to a 1-round difference. Exactly what you'd expect from the top 3 matchup. Phantom just out-dueled him on that ramp, and now he's really starting to build some serious momentum. He's looking completely locked in after that victory over Vortex. Phantom is just too sharp right now, completely shutting down Catalyst on that ramp. The number 1 seed is making it look easy. Catalyst refuses to back down, clawing back another round to keep things competitive. Complete shutout here, and Catalyst keeps moving toward the lead. He's certainly proving that the pre-match favorites aren't always a safe bet. What a shift in energy. He's completely wiped the slate clean and now holds the momentum. A complete swing of fate from where we started. A huge relief for him. Finally breaking that losing skid right before the intermission. That's a quick response to keep the lead. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. That's a surprising turn of events, given how many people expected Catalyst to run away with this. The underdog is fighting back hard and looks ready to steal the game. Time to see if that holds. Both players traded heavy blows, but he managed to outlast this encounter and keep the pressure on. That was a high-tension trade, with both of them barely walking away. Phantom has a 4-win day so far, and honestly, that confidence is spilling over into this set. He's managing to outplay someone who typically gets the better of him in the long run. Now, he just needs to sustain this pace through the finish line. Phantom holds that ramp perfectly, putting himself back in the driver's seat. The top-rated player is really asserting himself here. He's showing a lot of grit, refusing to let the lead slip further away. That was a clean response to keep the gaps tight. Phantom's pushing hard and now sits 2 ahead. He's clearly found a way to solve the matchup today. A gritty performance from Catalyst to hold his own and keep this series close. Neither of these two is giving an inch to. This series has become a real back and forth battle, and it feels like every round is decided by a hair. His recent dominance in their previous clash today is really showing. He's refusing to let the match slip away, closing the gap to just 1 round. That was an incredibly fast exchange to tie things up. Absolute efficiency from Catalyst here, squaring the series up at 11-all. Just pure chaos as the deadlock returns. A total deadlock once again. We're going to take a quick breather, but stay tuned as we return to this 11-11 deadlock. And we are back in the action as Phantom and Catalyst face off at 11-all. Phantom finally breaks through and earns his chance to close this thing out. What an answer from him to regain the lead. Unbelievable. Catalyst forces the tie by knocking him off the ramp. What a timing to force this deadlock. Neither of these two is blinking in the high pressure moments. Phantom capitalizes on that high ground to reclaim the advantage in this marathon set. He's really capitalizing on that top seed form today. Phantom is just tearing through these rounds now. He's a completely different speed compared to the start of the set. Completely untouched exchange for Catalyst, who is refusing to go quietly in this overtime push. He's showing incredible poise right now, evening the tally at 14-14 with a sharp sequence. The tension is skyrocketing as this match refuses to end. Phantom just outmaneuvered him from the boost to take a 15-14 lead. That was a clean read to secure the lead. Unreal, he barely survives that slugfest with a sliver of health to force a tie. Absolutely heart-stopping to see him survive that with just 5 HP. Phantom edges ahead by a single point now. Phantom has a healthy 2-round buffer now. He's really making the most of that #1 ranking. Phantom is narrowly holding on to a 17-16 advantage. He keeps finding a way to stay within striking distance. Phantom has stretched his lead to an 18-16 cushion. This is exactly why he entered as the strong favorite tonight. Phantom is putting some serious distance up, leading 19-16. He finally manages to overcome that long-time rivalry, proving he can handle the pressure in a deep overtime push. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom is the clear statistical favorite here with a 60% head-to-head win rate. And honestly, he's the higher rated player in this duel. He should be able to shake off this slow start and lean on that experience. Unbelievable efficiency from the man in control. He's simply not letting anything get past him right now. Simply untouchable right now, securing a huge lead with a completely effortless shot. Finally, he manages to shut that down and get his first point on the board. Vortex is dominating, pushing his lead 5-1. It's a huge shift from their last series on fast aim. Vortex has been struggling today with a 17-26 record across his matches. Well, it looks like that lack of confidence is starting to show as Phantom begins to claw back into this. He's showing a lot of grit, managing to outduel his opponent despite taking a fair bit of damage. He's completely taken over now, shutting the door on his opponent in a flash. What a turnaround! He manages to claw his way back to a dead even score. A complete reversal of fortunes from the start of the match. Absolutely blistering speed there, and he's now just one round away from leading the series heading into the break. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's definitely proving why he's the current top seed. He recovered from that early deficit to take a slim advantage. Let's see if Vortex can pivot. That was a frantic exchange, but he keeps this momentum rolling to take a 3-round cushion. The top seed is fully in control of the pace here. Vortex shows some real heart here, digging deep to win a grueling exchange. A huge effort to get this one back. He's staying strong, shutting that down immediately to maintain his cushion. He's not letting up, snapping back with a clean shot to keep the rally alive. Another effortless peak for him, pushing his current run to 3 straight. Exactly what the analysts expected from the favorite in this matchup. Vortex puts up a stop here to halt that run. A critical point for the 5th ranked player right here. Vortex is refusing to go quietly, narrowing this gap to just 3 rounds. He's certainly showing a lot of resolve for someone currently sitting at 5 in the rankings. Absolutely clinical. He secures a huge lead and now stands just 1 round away from victory. Exactly the kind of result the seeding suggested from the start. Vortex manages to keep himself in the fight with a quick response. A huge show of strength from Vortex, who manages to secure another point to keep the pressure on. He is simply refusing to let this match end, keeping the rally alive as he forces the tension to a breaking point. What a stunning finish. He stays ice cold to close this out and secures the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but that 0.2 second reaction time was just too much to deal with. He's definitely going to feel that one. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on Vortex to see who comes out on top. What a scrap. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Vortex barely hangs on to take the opening round. Catalyst has a lifetime record of 578 wins over Vortex. It's a massive historical advantage, but that weight seems to be shifting given how close these first few rounds have been. I'm curious to see if the favorites can reclaim that dominance. Vortex is really cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on that recent victory in their previous meeting. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now firmly in control of this set. Absolute perfection. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a 4th straight victory. He just can't be stopped. That's 5 straight for Vortex. The higher seed is really struggling to put up a fight here. A careful exchange of shots here, but he manages to secure the win. He's fighting for a momentum shift after a rough run today. Vortex is really exploiting the map edge here, where he historically holds a 52% success rate. It's creating a dangerous dynamic because Catalyst is currently fighting through a multi-match slide. We have to wonder if this is just a bad day for the higher seed. Vortex holds a commanding 8-3 lead right now. He's desperate to shake off those 3 straight losses today. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking turnaround for the underdog. The world number 3 is completely outclassed right now and cannot find any answers. Time for a total reset. Vortex is staring down a 9-4 victory now. Vortex is nearly there with a massive 9-5 cushion. He's just not letting Catalyst get any air today. It's getting harder and harder for the higher seed to mount the comeback. Vortex sits on a 10-6 lead and looks unstoppable. He really needed a round here after that rough patch against Phantom earlier. We'll be right back with more action from Orange after a quick technical pause. And we are back in the action on Orange with Vortex leading Catalyst 10-6. He's really starting to tighten the noose here, leaving Catalyst with very few options. Vortex is really playing like the favorite tonight. Another lightning fast reaction, and now the pressure is entirely on the opposition. He's just completely dismantled the history between them, proving that past records don't mean a thing in this set. Welcome to Redline. We have Phantom taking on Catalyst in today's match to see who comes out on top. Phantom really is the top seed in our rating right now, but Catalyst is clearly the one with the historical upper hand on this specific map. It's a fascinating clash of a top-tier generalist versus a map specialist. We'll see if Catalyst can use that comfort to build a lead. Phantom is looking strong with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's certainly taking advantage of that poor current form. He is just completely dismantling Catalyst right now, making it 3 straight. This looks like a repeat of their last encounter on Blame map. Catalyst manages to respond, cutting the gap to a single round. He's really fighting to overturn that result from their most recent meeting. Phantom really liked that elevation on the ramp, and it's definitely paying off for him right now. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, cleaning up another one while holding that ramp. This is exactly how his last match against Vortex ended. Unreal. He barely clings to life after a frantic fight from the Tetris to secure his 3rd straight. He's really proving why he's the #1 seed today. He just won't stop picking up another for a huge lead. What a fight. He practically survives on nothing to keep the momentum rolling. His top-seeded status is on full display here. Catalyst finds a quick opening from the ramp to get this one back. He is definitely showing a bit more resilience than the odds predicted. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's making a huge statement as the underdog here. Catalyst looked like the safer bet, but he's struggling to keep up with the #1 seed. Time to see if the momentum holds. Catalyst is currently on a run of 3 rounds. He's definitely leaning into that deep historical success he's had against Phantom. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going to fully erase the deficit. Phantom pulls further ahead, extending it to 9-5. The top seed is simply refusing to let him get back into the game. Catalyst claws back one more, now trailing by 3. It's a tough break for him after such a dominant 24-hour run. The gap is widening. Every time Catalyst tries to claw back, Phantom just slams the door shut. The top seed is staying locked in after that close call. Total deadlock on the ramp there, but Phantom was just a split second faster. A complete turnaround from his form against Vortex today. Absolutely lightning fast reflexes there, putting him in a position to end this whole thing right now. Catalyst reads him perfectly and knocks him off the Tetris to keep the dream alive. A huge pushback from the underdog to keep this going. Another solid display from the ramp to keep the series alive. He's definitely showing a more disciplined side compared to his usual aggression. He is on fire now, outplaying his opponent for a 3rd consecutive round. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. He just won't stop taking down the leader from that ramp for his 4th straight. The top seed is finally starting to look vulnerable. Incredible. Phantom secures the final blow to take the match. He really held his nerve there to close that out. Catalyst fought back hard, but just couldn't find the final push. What a fight. Welcome back to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on Dunes, though the favorite has some serious competition today. Phantom is riding a huge wave of confidence right now, coming in with a 6-win streak. That's a stark contrast to Vortex, who has been struggling to find his footing today. We'll see if that gap in form continues to widen as the set progresses. Suddenly, Vortex has clawed back to tie things up. Neither man seems to have the upper hand yet. Phantom just takes over the match from that high ground, looking very sharp with those reactions. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we enter round 5. Vortex has certainly found a way to keep pace with the world number 1. Phantom pulls ahead by a single round now. He's really leaning into that top seed status right now. Phantom is starting to separate himself here and the lead is growing. That overall head-to-head lead is really starting to show. What an incredible burst of momentum as he takes his 3rd straight round with ease. It's a bit of a nightmare run for the 5th ranked player. What a scrap. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the pressure on. He's showing some real grit, refusing to let the lead slip further. That was an absolute war of attrition, and he manages to survive that chaos to keep the pressure high. The other dog is completely refusing to go away. Phantom is just too quick, snapping right onto him before Vortex could even make a move from that box. The world #1 has always historically dominated this matchup. He's really digging in and refusing to break before we head into the intermission. Vortex is really making his case against the odds today. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's fully living up to that world #1 ranking. Vortex is keeping things interesting, but he's clearly fighting an uphill battle right now. Let's see how they handle the swap. A complete shutdown here as he refuses to let the lead slide further away. Vortex is really proving he belongs in this conversation today. Phantom is just too strong from the elevation, making a quick play to widen that gap. Phantom has a 60% victory rate across their history. So yeah, the higher rated player is really starting to put that longevity into practice. He's effectively shutting down any attempt by Vortex to close the gap. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The gap in their overall skill level is becoming quite evident. Vortex earns his keep from the box, showing plenty of heart to stay in the fight. Just a couple of clean exchanges to stop that momentum. Absolute chaos. He barely keeps his head above water in that exchange to move to 11 rounds. The top seed is playing a very disciplined game right now. That was purely effortless. He has effectively seized control again and is just one step away from the victory. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a perfect final shot from the box to secure the series. He really asserted his dominance on the dunes today, showing exactly why he's currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for a clash between Catalyst and Vortex, where the favorite looks to stay on top. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 578 wins over Vortex, but he's currently fighting through a tough stretch after 5 straight losses. He'll need to shake off those nerves if he wants to control the pace today. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat now. Vortex is definitely feeling confident after his 13-6 win in their last pairing. Vortex is on a roll now, taking a narrow lead as we head into the mid-game. That top 5 ranking usually gives him a massive cushion in tight spots. He's simply too strong right now, taking the lead with a perfect sequence. The number 5 spot in our rating is looking dangerous today. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing his 4th straight victory without taking a single hit. He really needs to find a way to break through that wall. Catalyst answers back from the ramp, cutting into the deficit. He has historically dominated these encounters. Catalyst has historically won about 67% of their encounters, and while that's an imposing record, he's struggling to translate that past success into this specific match. It'll be interesting to see if he can finally flip the script and reclaim his usual dominance. Vortex just shifted the tide, taking command of the series with another fast reaction. He's completely in control, putting up an 8-round lead as we approach the intermission. Things are starting to look precarious for the favorite. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the script is completely flipped here. He's putting a huge dent in the favorite's armor and looks way more composed right now. Time to see a different side. Vortex is nearly untouchable, pushing his lead to 9-4. The momentum clearly shifted after that 13-6 blowout earlier today. Vortex is just cruising, extending his lead to 9-5. He needs to keep this energy if he wants to close the gap. Catalyst is starting to claw his way back, bringing the score within striking distance. He's finally starting to play like the higher ranked player here. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing a 3rd straight for the comeback. A really clean sequence of rounds for him right here. What a scramble. He survives by a threat and clears the ramp to hold the momentum. That was an incredibly narrow escape to stay ahead. That was a fierce exchange right there on the ramp, but Vortex is just too sharp. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their previous meeting. That was an effortless shutdown to put him on the verge of victory. He's completely rewritten the expectations for this series. A huge stop there as he picks the target right off the Tetris. A precise read to keep the dream alive. What a finish. Vortex secures the final round to shut the door on the series. He just keeps finding ways to get the better of the favorite today. A really impressive statement win for the underdog. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Phantom secures that first one and got the jump on him from the ramp. Expectations are certainly being met with the #1 seed starting fast. Another fast one for Phantom, utilizing that height on the ramp to keep the pressure on. Catalyst has historically held his own in this rivalry. Catalyst actually holds the head-to-head lead over the course of 700 matches. It's interesting because he usually gets the better of Phantom despite the ranking difference. We'll see if that historical edge allows him to build a real lead here. Catalyst just shuts that door on the ramp, keeping things tight as we move into the 6th. He's certainly fighting through a rough patch in his recent games. Phantom is cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. The world #1 is definitely making a statement today. Phantom extends his lead to 5-2 and looks unstoppable. He's certainly showing a far more confident form than we saw recently. The challenger is digging in and fighting back to keep this set closely contested. He needs this momentum if he wants to upset the favorite. Phantom has been absolutely dominant today, entering this set on an 8-1 run over the last day. Well, it's clear that this recent momentum is outweighing any typical advantage Catalyst might have had. He's simply refusing to let his opponent settle in. Phantom's just too clinical, putting him up 7-4. Catalyst has really been struggling with his form lately. Phantom holds a narrow 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is really defying the projections here. Catalyst just isn't showing the usual consistency we see from him in these matchups. Time to shake it off. Phantom keeps the pressure high and catches Catalyst right as he tried to hold that ramp. The top seed is really asserting his authority over this set. Unreal. He almost went down, but manages to scrape through that chaos with a tiny bit of health left. The gap in form is a stark contrast to their usual battles. Phantom stays out of reach with a 9-6 cushion. That's a solid response from the rule #3. He's holding the window perfectly, picking up another one to keep this rally going. He's starting to put a real dent in that lead. Phantom quickly shuts that door to move ahead, 10-7. He's really capitalizing on that higher rating today. Just cruise through that trade, continuing to climb back into this game. Phantom quickly punishes that mistake on the ramp to keep the momentum on his side. The top seed's current run mirrors his victory against Vortex earlier. A completely untouched round for the challenger as he continues this climb. This is exactly the kind of resilience we expect from the veteran. He is really digging deep now, putting another one on the board to close the gap. This is a complete shift in energy as the pressure mounts. Huge stop right there. Phantom puts himself on match point. Exactly what we wanted to see from the heavy favorite tonight. Absolute perfection for the final kill. Phantom secures the map victory. Catalyst really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear when it counted. Truly a hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Phantom has a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. And it's clear he's bringing that historical dominance into today's server. He looks completely comfortable right now, and it'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace. Vortex needs to respond quickly. He's trailing by 1. The top seed is certainly justifying that rating right now. It's a total stalemate right now. Neither player can keep the momentum for more than 1 round. The number 1 seed is feeling the pressure now. Phantom holds a slim edge with a 3-2 lead. He's simply playing like the number 1 seed right now. Phantom is really pulling away, extending his lead to 4-2. Vortex is really fighting to keep this competitive, making sure this stays a tight battle. Vortex has definitely got the skill to trade blows with him. Phantom enters this match with a strong 9-1 record over the last day. He's playing with immense confidence after a series of straight wins today. It's making him look almost impossible to shake right now. What a scrap. He claws through that chaotic exchange to barely survive with a sliver of health. Phantom is firmly in control with a 6-4 advantage. He's continuing to put on a clinic similar to that close game against Catalyst. Vortex closes the gap, bringing it to 6-5. We're seeing the number 5 seed really step up here. We're all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is playing a completely different game than what we expected. Phantom looks like he's ready to pull off a big surprise here. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex finally surges ahead, leading 7-6. He's definitely showing a lot of grit against the world number 1. Absolute parity now as Phantom levels the score. The world number 1 is refusing to let this slip. Phantom is really picking up steam here, reclaiming a lead and putting a bit of distance between them. The number 1 seed is really finding a way to assert himself. He's completely shut things down, taking a clean 3rd round in a row. He's just unstoppable right now, securing his 4th straight win in a blink. He's absolutely crushing this run, extending that lead to 11-7. Vortex just can't find any answer for the top seed today. He's simply too fast, cruising to a 6th consecutive victory to put himself 1 step away from the win. Vortex simply can't find a way to break this deadlock. Game over. He closes out the series in an absolute blur. Just a total shutdown in those final rounds. He's really showing everyone why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Catalyst and Vortex stepping up to see who can claim the win today. Catalyst comes out swinging with a quick start, catching Vortex right as he was moving up the ramp. Catalyst has been a nightmare for his opponent in the past, holding a massive lead in their head-to-head history. But honestly, the momentum shifted in their last meeting where Vortex came out on top. He'll be hoping he can repeat that result today. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here, taking total control of the server. A tough hour for him, having dropped his last free. Vortex needs a huge response now, trailing 3-1. Our number 3 seed is showing exactly why he holds that rank. And another clean one. Both players squared off on the ramp, but he simply outdueled his rival. Vortex is really feeling the weight of those recent losses. He keeps the pressure high, simply picking the other player off the ramp. The number 3 seed is making this look like a stroll in the park. He manages to force his way through that fight and clear the ramp. He's fighting for his life after a rough 17-26 run today. He secures another high ground victory from the ramp, extending his lead to 7-1. He's really capitalizing on that huge head-to-head advantage. He's just an absolute wall right now, moving into a 7-round tier. The gap in their all-time success here is becoming very apparent. He secures another victory from the box, bringing his current run to 8 straight. He's really making the most of that historical edge today. Vortex manages to secure a clean point here, getting the upper hand as we head toward the break. A nice burst of speed there to get the round back. Catalyst takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, he is playing exactly as we expected him to today. His 78% map win rate is showing through in a big way. Vortex needs a complete reset here. Vortex is refusing to let this be a complete blowout, proving he can trade blows with the top seed. Vortex is certainly fighting to make this a closer contest. He just can't find a way to keep the ramp secure. Vortex is putting up a real fight now. Both of these players are fighting through a tough day so far. He's just untouchable right now, securing another effortless win to keep the streak alive. His experience in the league is certainly proving useful today. Quickly puts an end to that brief rally, moving deeper into the second half. He's fighting hard to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. He just shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, putting himself 1 round away from victory. Vortex secures a tight victory from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive for just a bit longer. A much needed breath for him before the final push. What a final sequence. He just closes things out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's finally snapped that losing streak he's been on, taking a huge step back toward the top of the table. welcome to the stream. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this one with a very strong 10-1 record over the last day. He is definitely the one we expected to start fast here. But Catalyst is showing that his historical head-to-head lead is still relevant. It'll be interesting to see if that earlier confidence carries through. Catalyst has the upper hand, leading 2-1. A fast response from the current top-seeded player. Unreal, he barely clings to life after knocking his opponent off the container to level things up. He's definitely playing like the top-rated guy right now. Catalyst just keeps pulling ahead with a 3-2 lead. The number 3 seed is putting up a fight. Phantom ties it up, making this a dead heat. Both players are fighting for every single round here. Phantom is really starting to build some serious forward momentum here. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control with 3 straight wins. He's playing with that top-seeded confidence right now. Absolutely crushing it now. That's a huge 4-round tier for the favorite. A really tough run of things for the 3rd highest rated player. He's simply on another level right now, scoring another effortless point to extend the lead. He's simply unstoppable, securing his 6th straight point as we head toward the mid-game break. He's making a huge statement against a rival who usually edges him out. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the switch. I mean, he's just completely ignoring the historical head-to-head edge Catalyst usually has. The underdog is absolutely tearing through this first half. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Phantom's 70% win rate on this map is proving to be the deciding factor here, and honestly we're seeing that translated into pure confidence in every duel. It'll be a massive struggle for Catalyst to find a way back from this hole. What an insane scramble. He barely survives the trade to put himself one more round away from victory. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he comes out on top to close out the game. That's a massive statement win to keep those positive vibes rolling for the top seed. He's on fire today. Welcome everyone, Phantom and Vortex are facing off on Italy. Phantom enters as the heavy favorite for this match. Phantom comes out hot, securing the first point with a fast reaction from the wine. The league leader looks incredibly sharp to start things off. Phantom has a 60% win rate in their long-term history against Vortex. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Vortex has had over the last day. It will take some serious resilience from the 5th ranked player to get back into this. What a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but Phantom barely walked away from that one. He's really extending that dominant scene in their last encounter. Vortex is really struggling to keep up at 4-1. Phantom's top tier rating is definitely making its presence felt. He's showing some real grit now, pulling his side back to 4-2. Still a tough hill to climb for the underdog in this series. He's found another one, effectively erasing that early deficit. He's completely shifted the energy of this series. Phantom has been almost flawless recently, posting a 10-win streak in his last 10 matches, and honestly the confidence from that run is clearly fueling his aggression here. He is making the most of this momentum to widen the gap again. Phantom gets the better of him here, cleaning him out of the wine. Phantom is just running away with it at 7-4. He's continuing to lean on that top seed status. We've got Phantom leading 7-5 as we head into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly how the ratings suggested it would. The number 1 seed is comfortably in control right now. Fresh start for both players. That's a very clean sequence from Vortex, continuing to prove he can hang with the top seed. He's really starting to tighten things up on his side of the map. Phantom maintains a 2-round edge, sitting pretty at 8-6. Phantom's pushing ahead to a 9-6 lead. Just a glimpse of what makes him the top seed today. Vortex just walked right through that one, proving he's not backing down from the pressure. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to shrink. Vortex shuts him down right off the wine to keep this comeback rolling. The momentum has completely swung in this. Unreal. He survives a brutal exchange with a sliver of health to tie this series up. Complete reset of the scoreboard after that heart-stopping play. A lightning fast reaction there to shut down the comeback attempt. Phantom is moving quickly now, closing in on the finish line with a lot of pressure. His recent form is simply on another level. He's completely shut down the comeback attempt and is now just 1 step away from victory. He is just cementing that gap in the ladder rankings. Vortex keeps his composure to snag another, showing a huge amount of heart in this struggle. He needed that response to stay in the fight. Absolute precision for the final blow. Phantom secures the series with a completely untouched finish. He really had to fight for that one, but he's managed to put another notch in his record against the number 5 seed. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. We have Catalyst taking on Vortex on fast aim. Let's see if the favorite can close this out. Catalyst has the massive historical advantage here, holding a 67% win rate in their head-to-head battles, but he's been on a downward slide in his recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can stop the slide and reclaim that dominance today. Vortex just shuts him down right off the ramp and takes a commanding 3-round lead. He's normally the one dictating the pace in this rivalry. Incredible. He survives by a hair, scraping through with a win to take the lead to 4. A tough start for the third highest rated guy on the ladder. Another effortless kill as he drops Catalyst right off the ramp. Catalyst manages to hold his ground on the ramp and secures the win. Vortex needs to tighten up after a rough set of matches today. Vortex is outplaying him completely right now, holding a 6-1 lead. It's a massive shift from their usual dynamics, especially since Catalyst traditionally holds a heavy advantage over him in the head-to-head. The pressure is definitely shifting onto the favorite to prove he can still compete. He just barely looks at him and picks him right off that ramp. Everything is just clicking for him on this side. Catalyst manages to pick him off the ramp for another point. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that recent 13-3 defeat against Phantom. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a huge 9-2 cushion. A complete reversal from that 13-6 result earlier today. Vortex goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, we expected the opposite given how much Catalyst usually owns this head-to-head. The underdog is simply playing better tonight and has a great chance to steal this. Time to see some fight back. The reaction times are just lightning fast right now, with the last few rounds ending almost instantly. Just a completely different story than the 13-6 result we saw earlier. He shuts the door on that comeback effort and is now just 1 round away from victory. It is an absolute nightmare for the higher seed. He manages to trade a few shots and finally drops the man on the box. That was a proper slugfest to keep things interesting. He catches the other man on the ramp to keep the fight alive. The momentum has definitely shifted back in his favor. He secures another victory from the ramp, extending his streak to 3. It's a total reversal of roles from the first half. Unbelievable. He's just refusing to go down, picking up another one to keep this fight alive. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door and closes out the series right here. He's finally broken that curse against the top 3 seed, taking a huge piece of ground today. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today for a great matchup between Phantom and Catalyst. Let's see who takes it. Phantom enters this series with an incredible 11-win streak, and honestly, his overall dominance is usually reflected in the standings. It's a huge shift to see the higher-rated player starting on the back foot. We'll have to see if he can lock back in. Phantom is really putting on the pressure here, using that high ground to secure his lead. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts together 3 straight wins. He's really looking to replicate that 13-3 blowout from earlier today. Unreal, he barely survives that absolute war of attrition to keep the streak alive. The current league leader is simply outclassing him here. Catalyst answers back immediately, picking Phantom right off the box. Hard stopping. He clutches out a victory by the narrowest of margins to pull further ahead. He's certainly proving the current bracket order correct today. Looking at their long-term history, Catalyst actually holds a slight edge in their head-to-head matchups. It's strange to see that not translate right now, given how decisively Phantom is winning the current exchanges. This is starting to look like a very one-sided affair. A quick correction here as Catalyst takes this one with a clean exchange. He's certainly fighting to close that gap in the rankings. Phantom still maintains a healthy 3-round cushion. He's certainly showing why he's ranked in the top 5. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and frankly, he's making a very strong case for an upset. You know, he's playing exactly to his map strength here and seems completely comfortable in the lead. Fresh start for both. Phantom is extending his lead to 8-5 right now. He's certainly continuing that hot streak he's been on lately. Phantom is really running away with this, leading 9-5. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is refusing to just let this match slip away. Despite the early trouble, he's still holding that top seed spot. Phantom manages to pull that off, knocking Catalyst right off the box for another round point. His recent run of form is practically unmatched right now. Phantom is just not giving Catalyst any room to breathe right now. This is becoming a real nightmare for the 4th ranked player here. He's just too fast right now, pushing the tally to 12-6. The early predictions for this series are looking spot on. Boom. A perfect finish to secure the series and close it out. And that's another dominant showing from the #1 seed, really putting his stamp on the map today. Welcome to Redline. We have Phantom taking on Vortex in this match to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters today with an incredible 12 win streak. It's clear that this level of confidence is carrying over to this specific series. The top rated player in the league looks completely in control right now. Unreal. He barely survives that trade from the ramp to keep his perfect start alive. It's a stark contrast to his struggle against Catalyst earlier today. He just can't find an answer, dropping another one from the ramp to keep this hot streak going. Vortex finally gets on the board with a fast response. Both players are fighting through some tough schedules today. Vortex isn't backing down, putting together a nice little run here. He's showing a lot of grit despite the rating gap. Phantom holds a massive career lead in their head-to-head matches, and honestly that mental weight often plays a role in how the underdog handles these mid-game rallies. We'll see if Vortex can actually push this closer or if the historical trend takes over. And just like that, the comeback attempt is shut down. He's taking over this map. He looks like he's in a completely different class tonight. Simply too fast, and he's now rolled to 4 straight wins. Exactly how the odds predicted this series would unfold. A back and forth fight that finishes with Vortex coming out on top. Vortex is showing he can compete with the top 5 on the ladder. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I guess the odds makers really misread this matchup. He's putting his #1 seed status on full display today. Time to switch sides. Vortex claws one back, narrowing the gap to 8-5. That was a lightning fast exchange to take the round. Keeps the momentum shifting, securing a tough trade to stay in this fight. Vortex is definitely playing with a lot of confidence now. He's completely shutting down the lead now, putting this series on a knife edge. The underdog is really making a statement here. Phantom answers back immediately to hold that run. His consistency today is simply frightening. He manages to pick him off the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip further away. The gap in ranking is starting to look smaller by the minute. What a scramble. He clings to life with just 5 HP to bring this match completely level. Total chaos in this series, completely wide open now. Vortex is on a tear, securing another win from the ramp to take a 1-round lead. It's become a genuine battle for the lead. He's simply unstoppable right now, outplaying his opponent completely to keep this streak alive. It's a completely different script than what we expected for this series. He is absolutely on fire, taking control from the ramp to move within a single round of victory. The narrative has completely flipped from how this was supposed to go. A sharp response from the top seed, keeping his hopes alive by denying that match point. A huge shift from what we saw in those opening frames. Absolute disbelief. Vortex completes a stunning climb from a 6-round deficit to take the map. He just shattered that head-to-head dominance in the most improbable way possible. A truly legendary shift in momentum. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're live on Mapas as Catalyst and Vortex face off in this exciting 1v1 duel. Catalyst holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. But he struggled significantly in his most recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off that slump and find his footing here. Vortex is simply dominating right now, cruising to a 2-0 lead. The former favorite is looking completely lost right now. The pressure is mounting for the opponent as the victory march reaches 3 straight. He really looks like the underdog in this one. Simply unbelievable. He secures a clean kill from the ramp to make it 4 straight. Both players are effectively tied on the ladder right now. He finally gets on the board, claiming a clean round to stop the bleeding. The top 5 seeds are definitely putting on a show today. He continues the climb, taking control from the ramp to close the gap. He is starting to play like the favorite again. Absolutely untouchable. He's now rolled over the opponent for 3 straight to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to prove why the analysts leaned his way before the match. Vortex secures another round, extending his lead to 5. He's having a tough time shaking off those previous losses. He's showing some real grit now, snapping back into the fight with a lightning fast shot. Vortex has held a notable advantage on this specific map with a 47% win rate. So yeah, he's really capitalizing on those historical numbers to put Catalyst on the defensive. I wonder if he can maintain this pressure throughout the rest of the set. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we entered this expecting a fairly straightforward win for Catalyst. The underdog is absolutely refusing to back down right now. Let's see who adapts better. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's really playing like the better man today. He's refusing to fold, taking a high ground win from the ramp to close the gap. A little bit of the pre-match confidence is starting to peek through. He continues this charging run, coming out on top in another clash atop the ramp. He's really digging in his heels to close this gap. Vortex holds a steady 2-round advantage at 9-7. He stays aggressive from the ramp, continuing this push to pull within 1. He's fighting to keep this game within. Vortex had the better reaction time there, quickly shutting Catalyst down while he was perched on that container. Vortex is putting a serious stranglehold on this game. He is just 2 steps away from a complete victory. Catalyst clears him off the ramp and proves he's not going down without a fight. He's making things tense for the current lead. Vortex reacts instantly to put himself just a single round away from the victory. It's been a tough run of form for him lately. He's just not quitting, securing another perfect round to keep his hopes alive. He's trying to recapture the form he showed in those early rounds. What a finish. Vortex barely survives that exchange to seal the match victory. He really clawed his way back in there, but just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight. Welcome to the duel on orange. Phantom and Catalyst are ready to go, with Phantom stepping in as the favorite today. Phantom is heading into today with a 13-2 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence right now, and he's already looking for a repeat of that dominant performance we saw in their most recent meeting. Phantom's on a roll, comfortably leading by 2. The top seed is simply playing the different game. An absolutely clean sweep, leaving his opponent completely stranded at the start. The current number 1 on the ladder looks fully locked in. Catalyst refuses to go down quietly, shutting the door on that early run. He needed to find a way to put a dent in that lead. He's showing serious grit, digging in to push this duel right back to a close game. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom holds a 4-2 lead, but the momentum's shifting. The world number 1 is proving far too sharp. Catalyst actually holds the long-term edge in their head-to-head rivalry. Look, he's usually the one who controls these matchups, but he's just not seeing that luck translate today. It'll be interesting to see if he can finally flip the script. Catalyst secures the edge from the ramp, keeping the score at 6-3. Despite the current gap, he's always been the bigger threat historically. That's a perfectly played sequence for the underdog, refusing to let the lead slip further away. The poison display right now is Phantom extends his cushion, now sitting comfortably at 7-4. He really is looking like the top seed throughout this match. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, it looks like the top seed. He's making good on the hype. He's managing the pace well despite some pushback from the opponent. Time for the switch. He's keeping the pressure on, digging deep to stay in this contest. He's really starting to challenge the top seed's control of this game. Massive swing here as Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to tie things up. Things are completely wide open now. A genuine battle of wills between these two. Phantom edges back ahead, gripping a narrow 1-round lead. He's looking remarkably consistent given how rough the recent stretch has been for his opponent. Phantom is pulling away again, holding a 9-7 advantage. He looks completely dominant compared to his recent outing against Vortex. What a frantic exchange! He barely survives with a sliver of health to keep this comeback alive. The tension is skyrocketing as we approach double digits. He's absolutely relentless, fighting his way back to even the score at 9-9. Pure chaos. Now we've got a dead heat in this duel. Phantom manages to claw back a slim 10-9 advantage. His opponent hasn't found much luck today with a 19-21 record. Phantom is really starting to flex his muscle here, putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. It's getting hard for the former number 4 to find an answer. Another fast exchange, and he's now just one step away from closing the door. He is just completely suffocating any chance of a comeback right now. Huge response from Catalyst, who just tore through the defense to keep himself alive. Unbelievable precision! He seals the deal with a flawless final exchange to take the match. He really just tightened the noose when it counted. For someone who struggled against this guy lately, the top seed looks completely reborn. What a battle! Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off in a great matchup today. Phantom is currently sitting at the top of our rating system, meaning he should have the upper hand in these exchanges. But Vortex has actually won their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries him through this set. Vortex is really rolling now, leading by a single round. A bit of a struggle so far for the world number one. Phantom just took control of the map, shutting down Vortex even while he was perched up high. His superior head-to-head record usually dictates these types of matches. Unreal, Phantom holds the box and secures his third straight round to take the lead. Expected consistency from the world number one. Vortex answers back quickly to level things up. A very competitive start to this series. Vortex claws back ahead, now commanding a 4-3 lead. He's certainly looking comfortable against the top seed right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. Vortex makes it 3 in a row with a lightning fast kill. A slower pace to this one, but Phantom manages to shut that run down. His consistency throughout the day has been incredible, sitting on 14 wins. Phantom just completely shut him down from heaven to keep this deadlock going. Looking at the ladder, we're seeing the top seed really exert his authority. Vortex holds a slim edge as we enter round 11. Vortex is certainly making his presence felt in the top 5 today. Phantom is trailing 5-7 going into the break, right? Vortex is just doing exactly what people expected him to do here. He looks sharp and it's giving him a solid cushion for the second half. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Vortex is clinging to a 1-round lead. That's a very different story than the struggle he had earlier today. Phantom is starting to push back, taking total control of the map from that boost position. Vortex is definitely fighting an uphill battle against their high win rate. He's officially taken over this match, moving ahead with another high-pressure victory. The momentum has completely shifted back to the top seed. What a run. He just wipes his opponent right off that boost for a 4th straight victory. This is turning into a nightmare for the 5th ranked player. He's simply not missing a beat, putting 5 more in the bank for a huge lead. Pure dominance from the highest rated player in the league. Another effortless kill from the ramp and he's now picked up 6 straight. He's really making his status as a top seed known today. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, securing a 7th straight victory to reach match point. Game over. A total shutout to seal the match for Phantom. Vortex really put up a fight early on, but he just couldn't withstand that onslaught in the second half. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on Italy with the favorite looking to bounce back today. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history, but that historical dominance hasn't translated well lately since Vortex actually took their last meeting. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can reclaim that psychological edge today. He's completely in control, taking the third straight with barely a scratch on him. He's shaking off that rough patch from his previous matches. Unbelievable. He clings to life by a thread to secure a 4th straight win from the Tetris. He's really making a statement after those tough losses to Phantom. Absolute perfection from the top seed, extending the lead to a flawless 5-0. Vortex finally gets around on the board. These two are practically neck and neck in the rankings. Vortex is starting to put some real pressure on here, taking another one down from the wine. Catalyst has really been struggling recently, entering this set on a 5-match losing streak. That poor form is a sharp contrast to how he usually performs against this specific opponent. It's a fight to prove his overall standing still means something here. Vortex makes the raid and picks Catalyst right off that box. They're separated by just a tiny margin on the ladder. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-3. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder. Catalyst takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's exactly what we expected to see. Despite his recent struggles, the higher ranked player is simply outplaying his opponent right now. Let's see if Vortex wakes up. Catalyst just pulls further ahead, moving to a 9-4 lead. He's certainly looking like the favorite. Vortex strikes back, cutting that deficit to 9-5. It's interesting to see how their recent form has flipped. The gaps between these exchanges are getting wider, but Catalyst is definitely the one dictating the pace right now. The top 4 guy in the league is just too sharp here. Catalyst holds a commanding 10-6 lead heading into round 16. Vortex is definitely playing with confidence after that recent victory over him. Vortex is still hanging in there at 10-7. The rankings are practically identical and it shows in this scrap. Catalyst is quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback from Vortex. He's really showing why he holds that slight edge in the rating. He completely shuts down that momentum swing, putting him on the verge of victory. He's putting on a show for the home crowd. Vortex manages to secure another one, keeping himself in the fight. It's a desperate push for a comeback from this position. That's it. Catalyst closes the door with a perfectly clean finish to take the series. He was just too fast out of the gate, and that early momentum really carried him through to the end. Welcome to the Fast Time Arena. Phantom and Catalyst are ready to battle it out to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this duel with a huge 15-2 record today. It's definitely giving him the psychological advantage as he looks to shake off this first loss. Let's see if he can translate that confidence into a comeback. Catalyst holds a slim lead with 2 rounds up. It's surprising to see the favorite on the back foot so early. We've got a complete deadlock on our hands. Neither player is willing to let the other get any breathing room. The #1 ranked player in our league is starting to assert himself. Phantom pulls ahead, taking a gripping 3-2 lead. He's really making his top seed status felt early on. And another one, he's simply on another level right now. Things are looking similar to their last meeting on Orange. Catalyst answers back quickly to keep things close. Their career head-to-head is almost dead even. Catalyst is really starting to put the pressure on, taking control of the tempo with that ramp advantage. The higher seed is starting to feel the weight of this match. Phantom just edges ahead to make it 5-4. He's really capitalizing on the dominant 90% run in his last 10. Catalyst secures a great advantage by playing the ramp, tying things up for now. A tough break for the #1 seed to see it back to even. Catalyst just reclaimed the lead, pushing it to 6-5. The #4 seed is proving to be a fierce opponent. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the heavy favorite is firmly in the driver's seat here. He's managed to keep a tight grip on the match as expected. Time to see how they adjust. Catalyst has won nearly 51% of their historical encounters and is currently using that long-term dominance to put the top seed on the defensive. This is exactly how the betting outlook predicted things would go. He's effectively dismantling the favorite's composure right now. Manages to shut him down from the ramp and keeps this fight alive. It's a tough look for Catalyst given his recent 20% form. He maintains his composure and claims another point from the ramp, keeping this comeback alive. This is a night and day difference in aggression from him. Catalyst is really leaning into that high ground, putting a lot of pressure on Phantom with those ramp kills. He's really fighting his way back into the lead. Phantom puts an end to that ramp assault, closing the gap to 2. That's a huge shift in momentum compared to how he started the map. That was practically instant. Catalyst is reacting so quickly right now that Phantom can't even get a shot off. A crushing blow for Phantom, who just lost his momentum right as his opponent hit match point. Absolute perfection from the ramp to seal the deal. Catalyst closes it out right here. He really shut down the top seed's momentum and proved he could hang with the best today. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Phantom and Vortex stepping up for this one. Let's see who comes out on top. Phantom comes into this boasting a career win rate of 63%. That consistency is showing early on and explains why he's currently sitting at the top of the ladder. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually find a way to shake him off his pace. Phantom's reactions are just a bit sharper right now, and taking that height advantage really paid off for him. Phantom is dominating, holding a strong 3-1 lead. The top seed is simply not letting up right now. He's simply too fast today, picking up another one to extend the lead. It's a tough spot for a player ranked 5th on the ladder. Vortex answers back with a quick strike, showing he won't just let this game slip away. Still, the underdog is putting up a fight today. That's a total shutdown, and he's quickly narrowing the gap. The momentum has completely shifted in this duel. Phantom has a massive career advantage, leading their head-to-head record by over 700 wins. So yeah, while Vortex managed to push back a bit, the historical data shows he usually struggles to close out these series against this opponent. Vortex wins another hard-fought skirmish, keeping the pressure on the favorite. The underdog is definitely showing more resolve than anyone expected. Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. He's certainly proving why he's the top seed today. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5, and honestly the betting market had Vortex as the front runner here, but the odds aren't matching the current gameplay. Let's see if Vortex can flip the script on the other side. Time for a fresh start. Phantom just pulled ahead again to make it 8-5. He's really making a statement as the top seed here. Vortex is refusing to go away, digging in to close the gap further. Phantom's just regained control with a 9-6 lead. Just looking at that a few days ago, the outcome was similar. Vortex pulls through a frantic exchange to drop Phantom right off the box. That was a clinical peek to punish the high ground. We'll be right back with more Dunes action after a very quick technical timeout. And we are back live on the Dunes, where Phantom holds a 9-7 lead as the action resumes. Phantom strikes again, pushing his lead to 10-7. He looks incredibly sharp, especially considering he's alone at the top of the ladder. Vortex keeps pushing, showing some great guts to stay in this fight. He managed to keep the deficit to just 2 rounds. Phantom is starting to separate himself again, and these trades are becoming even shorter. A total shutdown as he secures a huge advantage, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A clutch response from the challenger to keep the dream alive. A very clean sequence to keep things moving. Absolutely phenomenal. He closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Vortex really played his heart out to keep the pressure on, but that's just the difference in raw skill today. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange for this match featuring Catalyst and Vortex. Let's see if the favorite can keep their lead. Catalyst holds a massive 582-192 lifetime lead over his opponent. But historical dominance hasn't translated to this specific map lately. The numbers show Vortex generally performs better in this environment, which might be why he's coming out aggressive early. Vortex looks dangerous, holding a slim lead right now. It's essentially a clash between the two highest rated players in the league. We've got a total stalemate right now. Neither player is willing to give an inch. He's definitely looking to build on that 13-8 victory from their last set. Catalyst just edged ahead and now holds the lead. The 4th rank in the league is looking sharp right now. Perfectly balanced. Catalyst and Vortex are completely deadlocked. He's definitely trying to shake off those recent losses. Vortex is really starting to pull away here, putting some pressure on the favorite. Both of these guys are right on top of each other in the ratings. Tied up at 4 apiece, it's anybody's game. He's really trying to stabilize his day after those recent losses. Goodness! They absolutely tore each other apart in that exchange, but Vortex manages to claw out a survival. He's really fighting to turn around a rough day so far. Vortex is currently riding a strong wave of momentum, picking up his 2nd win in a row. You know, he really seems to be capitalizing on his recent form to keep this lead. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can find an answer before this slip becomes a landslide. We're heading into the break with Vortex up 7-5. Honestly, the underdog is outplaying the higher seed right now. He's really making a case for the upset after that 3-round burst. Let's see if the roles are reversed. What a scrap. He barely walked away from that fight with his life. Vortex is really turning his day around after those previous losses. He's showing some real grit here, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely proving he can handle this pressure today. Vortex is really flexing a commanding 3-round cushion. Vortex is really fighting to avoid a repeat of that tough Italy loss. Total shut out there, and he's refusing to let the lead slip away completely. The higher city player is starting to find some stability. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he barely walks away with his life. He's really playing on the edge of his health today. Vortex is just moving through these rounds with such ease lately, really putting the pressure on. This is a huge turnaround for someone who had a rough run of games earlier today. Catalyst is refusing to let this slip away, keeping himself right in the mix. He's looking to channel the strength from those last 2 victories. What a frantic exchange. He barely survives that clash, and now he's just a single round away from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher seed right now. Absolute perfection to close it out. Vortex shuts the door with a flawless final strike. He's finally managed to get the upper hand in this rivalry. It's just an incredible shift in momentum for the underdog today. Welcome to Mappas. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off in a great matchup today. What a fight! Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange to take the early lead. Phantom answers back immediately, cleaning up the play on the ramp to even things up. Certainly looking sharp today after that 16-free run. Phantom's win rate here is a huge 70%. That's a massive contrast to Catalyst, who usually struggles to put games together on this map. We'll see if Catalyst can close that gap and put some pressure back on the league leader. Phantom edges ahead, pushing the lead to 3-2. Catalyst is starting to look a bit shaky, while Phantom is just putting on a show right now. He's really controlling the pace as the #1 seed. He's absolutely on fire right now, strolling to a 3-round streak. Looking a bit different from the recent victory against him on fast aim. Catalyst is showing some real grit here, shutting that run down with a perfect shot. He's fighting hard to prove those pre-match odds wrong. Phantom reads that position perfectly, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto the ramp. The head-to-head history is surprisingly close, with Catalyst actually holding the overall edge in their long-term rivalry. It's clear that's not playing a part in this specific match. He's really struggling to find any answers for the league leader today. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the pre-match labels are looking completely wrong right now. He's just outclassing Catalyst in every single exchange. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst really makes him pay for stepping onto that ramp. He's refusing to just let this game slip away. A solid effort from the 4th ranked player in the league. Phantom maintains a comfortable grip with a 9-5 lead. He's looking much more comfortable now after that shaky start. Phantom hits double digits, putting him firmly in charge. The #1 seed is firmly in the driver's seat. It's getting harder and harder for Catalyst to claw his way back into this distance. It's a tough afternoon for Catalyst after that defeat to Vortex earlier. He just brushed aside another attempt, cleaning him off the ramp to bring this match to the absolute limit. A fierce trade that ultimately goes to the underdog, keeping his hopes alive for just a bit longer. And that's it. Phantom digs deep to secure the win and close out the series. He basically owned the server today, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming into this as the top player on our ladder, but he's staring down a tough start today. It's a bit surprising given how he's been performing lately. He'll need to find some focus if he wants to secure this series. Vortex is just taking over right now, securing another quick victory. Finally, Phantom finds an opening to shake things up and put a halt to that early run. He's keeping the pressure on, now putting his opponent on the defensive. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. What a turn of events. He wipes the slate clean by taking the lead from the wine. He's really starting to justify that top seed placement. He's simply unstoppable right now, cruising to a 4th straight victory. It's a night and day difference compared to the start of this set. Simply oppressive. He's completely reversed the momentum with another perfect round. The skill gap between these two is becoming painfully obvious. Vortex puts a stop to the run, keeping this game very close. That keeps things intriguing for the 5th ranked guy. And just like that, we're all square at 5 apiece. He's definitely making the top seed sweat for every single point. Vortex has completely seized control of the server with another huge win. He's really fighting through a rough 13-27 run today. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. This narrow gap should be a wake-up call for Phantom to start utilizing his higher ranking. Let's see who comes out stronger. Phantom is coming off a 17-3 run over the last day. It's really strange to see him struggling this much against someone he usually dominates. I wonder if the mental pressure is finally starting to weigh on him. keeps his cool during a tense exchange, showing a real grit to claw back into this. It is still a daunting hill to climb for the top seed. Vortex is stretching his lead to a 9-6 advantage. He's proving just how capable he is in this specific matchup. Vortex is cruising now, moving further ahead at 10-6. He's really capitalizing on this momentum today. Phantom is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight and chipping away at that lead. Vortex is really pushing that high-rated veteran to the brink here. Vortex is really hammering home a huge lead here, leaving very little room for a comeback. It is a shocking reversal from their last meeting on Dunes. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Vortex manages to secure the kill and bring himself to match point. The pressure is simply too much for the favorite to handle. A quick reflex play to keep the dream alive, though the pressure is still immense. That was a remarkably fast exchange to close out. He is showing some incredible resilience, stumbling into another win to slow down the finish. He's absolutely on fire right now, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor with a third straight point. The pressure is mounting for the 5th ranked challenger. Absolutely devastating. Vortex shuts it down with a perfect final shot to close out the series. He just completely played the favorite out of his mind in a total shocker. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Vortex are stepping into the arena for a great matchup. Let's see if the favorite can hold his ground. Catalyst enters the server with a massive overall lead of 580 rounds won against Vortex over the years. It's interesting to see a heavy historical advantage like that not translating into an early lead today. The pressure is certainly on for the higher rated player to start fighting back. Vortex is just too quick right now, picking Catalyst right off that ramp. He's really trying to shake off that 6-13 loss to Phantom. Catalyst manages to shut him down and take the win from below, keeping things perfectly even. It's essentially a coin toss with these two being ranked so close. Vortex holds a slim edge, leading it 3-2. He's definitely looking confident after that recent victory on Orange. Vortex just keeps climbing and he's got a real sense of momentum right now. The number 4 seed really needs to find an answer here. What a statement. He's on a tear now and doesn't look like he's slowing down. He's really capitalizing on that confidence from their last meeting. He's completely take over this match, putting up a huge wall right now. Vortex is clearly making a statement against the 4th ranked player today. A quick response from the 4th seed to bring the game closer. He's proving he can still compete despite those tough losses earlier today. Catalyst is a specialist here with a 70% win rate on this particular map. It's a stark contrast to his current form as he's really struggling to get the momentum shifted in his direction today. The big question is whether those historical numbers can actually translate into a comeback. Vortex heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a total reversal of what we expected from the favorite. Catalyst looks completely rattled after that 4-round slide. Let's see some new looks. Absolutely wild. He barely walks away from that boost with a sliver of health remaining. A real battle between the top 5 on the ladder. Vortex is cruising now with a commanding 10-4 lead. His recent form is looking much more stable than the 4th seeds. Catalyst claws one back to make it 5-10. He's definitely desperate to avoid another loss to this opponent. Catalyst is finally starting to push back, putting together a decent little run to trim that lead. He's on fire, winning another clash from the boost to extend that streak to 3. The gap between these two is practically non-existent on the ladder. Vortex answers back quickly, shutting down that momentum for the 4th seed. Vortex can't seem to put a lock on this and the lead is starting to shrink. He's trying to shake off that recent 8-13 defeat. He knocks the opposition off the ramp to keep this rally going. A huge shift in energy for the favorite right now. He just clears the ramp with ease, continuing this impressive rally. He's finally reclaiming the control he usually has on the server. Unbelievable. He secures a 4th straight win from the Tetris to lock the score at 11-11. Things are getting intense as we head toward the finish line. He is simply unstoppable now, taking a 5th straight win to reach match point. Vortex is feeling the pressure now. What a finish. He completes the most incredible comeback to take the match. He really needed that victory to bounce back from his earlier losses today. He had to fight for every inch of ground in that one. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off in today's match. Let's see who comes out on top. Phantom is in a great spot today with a 17-4 record over the last 24 hours. It's a strong start for the top-rated player in the league, and we're seeing that confidence translate into a very aggressive opening. Now we just have to see if Catalyst can find some answers. A fast reaction time there, and he's now staring down a 3-round lead. He's certainly justifying the favoritism early on. Simply an untouchable performance right now as he surges to a commanding early lead. Absolutely crushing it. He has completely shut out the opposition through 5 straight rounds. He's simply not letting up, making it a perfect 6-round start. This looks a lot like their most recent meeting on Mapas. He's on a total tier, completely shutting out his opponent for a 7th straight time. It's a heavy start for the 4th ranked guy on the ladder. Finally a response from Catalyst to halt the onslaught. It's a bit surprising given the current betting expectations. Catalyst actually holds a historic advantage with a 51% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. You know, that long-term success is exactly why he's usually the heavy favorite here. It'll be interesting to see if he can bridge this gap. Phantom keeps the pressure on, leading 8-3. Hard to believe the favorite is the one trailing right now. It's 9-3 going into the break. I mean, the expected favorite is just not showing up. Phantom has completely shifted the momentum with that 7-round run and is firmly in control here. Let's see if Catalyst wakes up. Catalyst claws back, but Phantom still holds a 9-4 edge. The number 1 seat is starting to look human. Phantom hits double digits, extending that lead to 10-4. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes by with just 3 health left after an absolute slugfest. He's fighting for every single pixel of health right now. That was a total war of attrition, but he manages to survive the chaos. He is really leaning into that higher rating today. Incredible, he barely survives that exchange, walking away with a tiny sliver of health left. He's looking sharp now. Catalyst has found a spark and he's starting to tighten the gap. The underdog is starting to put up a serious fight. He puts his opponent down fast, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Brutal firefight that left both players reeling, but Catalyst managed to hold his ground. That was a chaotic exchange to close out the set. He maintains his momentum, keeping the dream alive with another strong exchange. He's really starting to push back against the odds. He's on fire right now, effortlessly picking him off the box to keep this run going. The lead is shrinking fast as the pressure builds. What a finish! Phantom closes out the series with a clean sweep of the final round. Catalyst really fought back to make this a nail-biter, but he just couldn't find that final gear. He had to work for that one. Welcome to the red line map. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can claim victory today. Phantom enters this match with a huge head-to-head advantage, having won about 60% of their lifetime meetings. It's interesting because Vortex is actually the one who took the most recent clash between these two. We'll see if the favorite can keep that pressure on. Vortex is really hitting up with a 2-1 lead. It's a tough spot for the top-rated player right now. Phantom used that high ground on Tetris to tie this series up. The world number 1 is finally settling back into the server. Phantom has the momentum now with a 3-2 lead. Vortex is struggling quite a bit today compared to his usual form. Absolutely crushing. He wipes the floor with the opposition from the ramp to keep the run going. The top seed is firmly in control here. Vortex answers right back, keeping himself within striking distance. The number 5 seed is putting up a serious fight. And we are deadlocked at 4-all. Total deadlock. He's definitely finding a way to challenge the world number 1 today. Phantom really likes that Tetris spot, using it to put the pressure back on. The top seed is definitely showing that rating difference now. We're back to a square tie at 5 apiece. He's managing to keep pace with the absolute best in the league. Phantom claws back the lead, edging ahead 6-5. He's looking much sharper than his current daily record suggests. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, the underdog is currently defying the expectations here. Let's see if Vortex can close that gap and regain his confidence after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom stays one step ahead, pushing it to 7-6. Vortex is really pushing back after those tough results from earlier today. Unreal. Both players were nearly depleted, but he barely survives this scramble from the ramp. What a nail-biter of a fight. Phantom keeps a slim lead, pushing it to 8-7. Phantom has been dominant today with 18 wins in his last 22. Vortex has struggled immensely today, coming in with a 12-27 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that the lack of confidence is starting to weigh on him while Phantom finds his footing. We just have to see if the number 5 seed can shake this off before the lead grows too wide. Phantom is extending his grip with a comfortable 10-7 lead. He really knows how to protect a lead in these spots. Vortex shuts that down quickly from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this close. That was a sharp snap. Back to focus from the underdog. Another clean response here as the comeback continues, cutting that gap down to a single round. Phantom reacts quickly to clear that ramp and put a stop to the momentum swing. The gap in their overall win rates is starting to show. A huge display of power from the high ground to put Phantom just one step away from the victory. What a survival. He hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to keep this match alive. Pure luck on that trade. He barely walked away from that one. He just won't stay down, picking off the favorite from the ramp to force the tension even higher. Everything is on the line now for the favorite. Incredible. He refuses to buckle, evening the score up and forcing this into an epic overtime. He just shuts him down from the ramp to reclaim the lead. He's certainly playing like the top seed in this series. Vortex is showing incredible grit, knocking him off the ramp to tie this up at 13-all. A completely fresh slate as we head into the extra frames. That is simply a masterclass in composure, with the comeback artist extending his lead. It's purely a coin flip at this point. Neither of them is willing to give an inch in this overtime battle. The favorite is finally showing that raw power. Vortex is absolutely on fire right now, moving within a single step of closing this out. He's purely outplaying the favorite in these clutch moments. He secures a huge round from the box to bring this set level. He really knows how to answer back in the high pressure moments. Vortex holds the edge at 16-15 right now. Phantom catches up, leaving us tied at 16 apiece. Vortex manages to snatch the advantage back at 17-16. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked star to deliver. Absolute chaos as Phantom forces a deadlock at 17-all. It's a complete toss-up as these two trade blows. Phantom pulls ahead by a single round. Now, expectations were high for the #1 seed today. We are locked in a dead heat at 18 apiece. It's a total toss-up now despite the gaps in their seedings. Vortex is just one step ahead, leading 19-18. Vortex just tightened his grip with a 20-18 advantage. Vortex is just refusing to let up right now. Phantom closes the gap to 19-20 after that duel. He looks completely unfazed despite the massive pressure. Unbelievable. Phantom forces a complete reset at 20-all. He's showing why he's the top seed on the ladder right now. Phantom strikes back to claim a 21-20 lead. Vortex has completely shifted the pressure back onto the #1 seed. Phantom doubles his lead, now sitting at 22-20. He really showed that grit in the final stretch, clawing his way through a brutal overtime. He certainly earned that victory. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Vortex are stepping onto Mappas for this match to see who comes out on top. Catalyst leads the historical head-to-head rivalry with a substantial 581-293 advantage. That's a dominant record that usually translates into a mental edge for him in these series. We'll see if Vortex can shake that history early today. He just clears him off the ramp and finishes the job, moving to a 3-round lead. He looks extremely comfortable early on today. Vortex answers back with a crisp finish to get on the board. He's proving he can hold his own despite the betting odds. Catalyst is simply dominating this set, holding a 4-1 lead. His overall win rate usually puts him in a different bracket. Catalyst just keeps piling on the pressure at 5-1. He's really asserting his authority as the higher seed here. Vortex is really fighting for his life here, managing to secure that kill and pull Catalyst right off the ramp. This is a very close matchup based on the ladder standings. A lightning fast trade that keeps the pressure on, and he's now trailing by only 2. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a 3rd straight round to keep this comeback rolling. He's playing with a lot more confidence than he did in his last set. Unbelievable. Vortex has completely erased that early deficit to tie this series up. This is exactly the kind of upset they were hoping for. Another clean shot as he clears Catalyst off the ramp to move into a 6-5 lead. A complete flip from how we expected this to start. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, Catalyst was expected to lead the way, but he's having to work much harder than usual here. It'll be a fight to see who takes control after the switch. Let's see who blinks first. He's refusing to let the lead slip, pushing forward to take a 1-round advantage. It's a completely different story than the pre-match projections suggested. That was an incredibly quick engagement. Catalyst just barely edges him out to take back the lead. The two of them are basically identical on the ladder right now. Absolutely wild exchange. He clawed his way back from the brink to secure a victory by the skin of his teeth. He's just too strong right now, securing another clean finish from the ramp. He's taking full advantage of that slight rating gap between the two. He's putting on an absolute clinic, strolling to a 4th straight win. This is looking like a repeat of their last encounter. A huge response from Vortex, shutting the door on that streak with a perfect shot. That's a much needed push to keep things competitive. Catalyst is starting to separate himself again. He needs just a couple more to put this to bed. The number 4 seed is quickly regaining his footing. A patient play from Catalyst that puts him on the verge of victory. He's playing with a huge amount of composure right now. What a way to finish it. He closes the door with an effortless shot to take the series. He's just continuing his long-term dominance in this rivalry, completely shutting down any chance of an upset here. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom is currently sitting as the best player in our rating system. It makes sense that he's coming to this with a strong 19-4 record over the last day. The real question is if Catalyst can keep this early pressure up to shake him off. Phantom is really starting to pull away here. Historically, Catalyst actually has the upper hand in this rivalry. Catalyst looks sharp, using that ramp advantage to secure a nice quick win here. He is really putting that historical head-to-head advantage to use. Phantom holds a narrow lead with 3 rounds up. A nice confident look from the top seat right here. Phantom's cruising now with a commanding 4-2 lead. A strong start for the number 1 seed. That was a lightning fast trade. These two are just trading blows back and forth right now. It's a tight race considering his opponent's dominance on the ladder. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to take that exchange. That's his second victory in a row against Catalyst today. Catalyst claws back to barely trail by 1. We're seeing a real battle between the league's current top 4. Phantom has been incredibly consistent lately, maintaining a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It really shows in how he's weathering the storm here. It will be interesting to see if he can close this out before Catalyst finds another gear. We go into the break with Phantom up 7-5. Well, he was supposed to be the underdog here, but he's playing like the front runner. He's clearly taking advantage of his 62% win rate on Orange. Let's see who digs deep here. Phantom clings to that slim 1 round advantage. That was a quick, decisive exchange to keep this close. That 4th rank is really fighting for a spot today. What a scramble. He digs deep to come out on top and level the game at 7-7. This completely flips the script from their most recent encounter. He's on fire. That's a 3rd consecutive round for Catalyst to take total control. His recent matches show a tough struggle today. What a fight. He nearly went down but manages to scrap his way to a tie at 8-8. A massive shift in momentum for the number 1 seed. Phantom barely edges ahead with a 9-8 lead. This is exactly how his recent victory on Dunes played out. Absolutely clean. He's just putting on a display now with 3 straight wins. He is just unstoppable right now, racking up 4 straight to put a firm grip on this game. It's a tough spot for the 4th seed to dig out of. He is simply taking over, moving to match point after an absolute demolition of his opponent. He's completely shut the door on any hope of a comeback. Timely response from Catalyst to keep his hopes alive. He has to stay perfect from here if he wants to pull this off. Another flawless round for Catalyst, showing incredible grit as he keeps this contest alive. He's refusing to go down without a fight right now. He is simply refusing to let this match slip away, keeping the pressure high as the comeback continues. What a way to end it! He guts out the final exchange to secure the victory. He really had to dig in for that one, but it looks like the tide is finally turning in this rivalry. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have a great matchup on Fast Aim today, featuring Phantom taking on Vortex. Phantom has put up a dominant 24 record over the last 24 hours. It makes sense that he is carrying that momentum into this server. I want to see if Vortex can actually find a way to disrupt that flow. Vortex manages to punish Phantom for staying up in the window to tie things up. It's a tough road for the 5th ranked player to close out games here. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking full control of this series. It's a complete reversal of how these two usually trade rounds. That's simply too much to handle, and the momentum swing is completely in his favor now. He's really shaking off that 11:27 day with a huge start. And we're back to a deadlock at 3-3 after a fast exchange. Both these guys have a deep history together throughout the league. Unreal. He barely escapes that trade with a sliver of health left to take the lead. He's proving why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. We are locked in a fierce dead heat at 4-4. This is a tough spot for the current world number 1. What a scramble! Both players were trading damage wildly, but he manages to pull through with just a tiny bit of health left. A complete reversal of their most recent head-to-head clash. We've got a total stalemate at 5 apiece. The A-list talent is really starting to show through. He absolutely claws back into the lead with a miracle finish, surviving on the thinnest of margins. We head into the break tied at 6 each. I mean, the underdog is holding his own perfectly against the favorite. Despite those few close escapes by Vortex, Phantom is staying calm under the pressure. New side. Phantom catches him right as he's coming off the ramp to keep this lead. He's really asserting his authority as the top seed right now. Phantom has clearly mastered this rivalry, taking about 60% of their total lifetime meetings. You can tell he's feeling very comfortable in this match. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can find a way to break this cycle. Another effortless win for him, completely shutting the door on any comeback attempt. Vortex is really struggling to find a way back into this series. He simply refuses to let up, picking him right off the ramp for a 4th straight win. He's absolutely on fire, holding that ramp for a 5th straight victory. He's playing exactly like the number 1 seed right now. He is simply outclassing everything Vortex throws at him. And now we're at match point. Absolute shutdown of any hope for a comeback. And that's it. A completely unscathed final round to seal the victory for Phantom. Just an absolute lockdown in that second half. Phantom keeps his grip on the top spot with yet another huge series win. Welcome to Italy. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. What a scramble. Vortex barely walks away from that exchange with his life. Definitely needs to shake off that last loss to Phantom. Catalyst is comfortably in control of the career, head-to-head, winning 67% of their previous meetings. It is just surprising to see that total dominance ignored in these opening exchanges. Now he has to prove his ranking advantage actually means something here. A completely untethered shot there to finally get on the board. He's certainly not letting the scoreboard get out of hand. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Vortex barely escapes with his life. Vortex is definitely making up for those tough losses earlier today. Vortex is really finding his feet early on, taking a commanding lead as he pushes out from the wine. He's simply too fast right now, securing his third consecutive win with a perfect shot. Another effortless takedown. He's simply making this look easy while pushing toward double digits. He is simply unstoppable right now, picking up another round to push the lead to 8-1. The momentum is entirely on the side of Vortex, who has now claimed 6 straight. It's a complete reversal of what we saw in their last encounter. Staggering display of skill as he cleans up from the Tetris, moving into the break with a huge lead. It is a rough stretch for a guy usually favored in this pairing. Vortex takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Catalyst to hold the edge here. The higher ranked player is just not showing up right now. Time for Catalyst to wake up. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Catalyst hasn't been able to keep up with that pace today. He's effectively erased the gap between their rankings today. It's a tight back and forth right now, though Vortex still holds a massive lead. Neither of these two have found much success against Phantom today. That was an absolute blur. Vortex needs just a single round to end this. A rapid response from Catalyst to keep things going, though it leaves the door wide open for a finish. Game over. Vortex shuts it down with a gorgeous headshot to seal the victory. He's finally broken that losing streak in style, completely dismantling his opponent's usual dominance on this map. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off today with the top-seeded favorite looking for another big win. Phantom enters this set on an absolute tear with 21 wins today. That kind of form makes it hard to believe he is currently trailing. It will be interesting to see if he can close this gap quickly. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece as Catalyst fights back. The head-to-head history favors Catalyst over the long term. Phantom regains control, putting himself up 2-1. He looks completely comfortable out there today. Unreal. Both players were almost depleted, but he manages to scrape through with just 9 health to keep the streak alive. Catalyst shuts him down completely to keep this series tight. He's proving why the pre-match favorites might have been wrong. Phantom pulls away further, leading the tally 4-2. The number 1 seed is really asserting himself here. Catalyst was too fast for him there, punishing that high position quickly to keep this a 1-round game. Phantom is making that high ground work for him, continuing to build a lead. Phantom edges ahead again, holding a narrow 1-round lead. He's definitely shaking off the rust from that loss against Vortex. Phantom's positioning is looking sharp today, securing another win from the top of the box. The world number 1 is really starting to separate himself here. Phantom holds onto a slim 6-5 cushion right now. He's a few spots lower on the ladder, but he's sticking with him. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, Catalyst was expected to run away with this one, but the underdog is actually the one controlling the pace right now. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom pushes it back to a 7-6 advantage. A really solid effort from the 4th ranked man today. And just like that, Catalyst levels the playing field. A huge shift in momentum here for the number 4 seed. Phantom is refusing to let this slip, regaining the lead after those 2 quick losses. He is certainly playing to his number 1 ranking right now. Phantom has a significant historical edge here with a 64% win rate, and looking at the current score, that map familiarity is really starting to pay off. It's putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst to find a way back into this. He's just unstoppable right now, extending that run to 4 straight wins. The number 1 seed is simply putting on a clinic here. Just total control now. He's standing on the edge of victory after that effortless win. Total nightmare for the opposition right now. What a finish. He shuts the door on this match with a clean final shot. He's just looking flawless today. Catalyst really tried to keep pace, but that level of consistency is just too much to handle. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are ready to face off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Phantom draws first blood, catching Vortex right as he stepped onto the ramp. He's looking every bit the league leader right now. Phantom entered this set as the heavy favorite, and his 22-4 record today shows exactly why. He's already carrying a huge amount of confidence into this series. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to break this momentum. We've got a complete deadlock with both players tied. A tough spot for the top seed to be in right now. The tide has completely turned. He's on a roll now with 3 straight wins. He manages to dig in and bring this series back to a draw. Both players are playing at a very high level here. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 in a nail biter. The number 1 seed is firmly in control. Still neck and neck at 4 all. Both these players have played thousands of games together. These two are swapping leads back and forth, but Phantom is starting to look like he has the edge. He looks incredibly sharp today, mirroring that dominant run against Catalyst. And just like that, Vortex levels the playing field. Vortex is showing exactly why he's top 5 on our ladder. Phantom used that elevation to his advantage, securing a lead as we head toward the halfway mark. He's certainly leaning on that career head-to-head advantage right now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is really surprising given the pre-match auras. He's defying the expectations today and staying aggressive against a high-ranked opponent. New side, new end. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, using that ramp to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. It's looking like a repeat of their last encounter today. A patient fight here, but he comes out on top without taking any damage. The composure on that fight was really impressive. Phantom is putting on a clinic with a 70% map win rate here. So yeah, it's really starting to feel like his technical superiority on this terrain is just too much to overcome. Vortex needs to find a way to reset his flow immediately. Phantom is really starting to pull away with a 10-7 lead. The number 1 seed is really starting to assert himself here. Vortex is really starting to look desperate here, and he just can't find any answer for the way Phantom is playing. Vortex is clawing his way back into this, refusing to just let the match slip away. He's definitely playing like a top 5 talent today. That was effortless. He's now just a single round away from victory. Everything about this match has gone exactly according to the rankings. And there it is. Phantom closes this out with a perfect final strike to seal the victory. He's just moving from strength to strength today, really proving why he belongs at the top of that ladder. Welcome to Redline. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to face off to see who comes out on top. Catalyst comes out fast and aggressive, catching Vortex right as he was stepping up the ramp. Catalyst has dominated this particular rivalry with a career win rate of 66%. He is effectively wiping away the memory of that last meeting where Vortex handled things quite easily. I wonder if that early lead will finally break his recent slump. Absolutely crushing it. He just took Vortex off the ramp to push a huge lead. He is simply untouchable right now, securing a perfect 5th round. He is playing like a top 5 threat right now. Another clean sweep for the front runner, who's now just comfortably cruising through this opening half. The top end of the ladder is showing its teeth tonight. He manages to pick the opponent off the ramp for a 7th straight win. A complete flip from their last meeting on Italy. P. He's just too fast, pushing his lead to a staggering 8 straight. Vortex is really struggling to shake off that 11-27 day. Finally, Vortex gets back in the game by picking the opponent off the ramp. Both players are stacked up closely in the rating brackets. Catalyst has a massive 78% win rate on this particular map. It's an edge that really seems to be paying off as he maintains control over the pace. Let's see if he can close this out before halftime. Catalyst holds a strong 10-2 lead heading into the break. You know, everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's really taking advantage of that experience edge on Redline to put some serious distance between himself and Vortex. Time for Vortex to dig deep. Catalyst is just too fast for him, catching Vortex right as he tried to move up the ramp. A real struggle for the number 5 ranked player today. Vortex is definitely not going down quietly today. Picking up another quick round to slow the momentum. He takes another quick duel from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Vortex delivers a sharp response here, successfully denying his opponent a chance to seal the game. He's refusing to let the map end in a total blowout. He keeps the pressure on, claiming another round to stay alive in this series. He's fighting through a really tough spot now. What a sequence! He manages to drop Catalyst right off the ramp to secure his 3rd straight win. The confidence is clearly shifting toward the underdog now. What a finale! He manages to outlast the pressure and closes out the game. He just completely shut the door on any comeback attempt. A huge statement win for a guy who's been struggling lately. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom heads into this with a 23-4 record over the last day, and he is certainly expected to control the tempo here. However, Catalyst has historically held a slight advantage in their overall head-to-head, so it will be interesting to see if that long-term edge helps him withstand the pressure. He's just too strong right now, extending the lead to 3-0. A rough start for the top seed on the ladder. Finally gets a round on the board, showing some real grit in this series. It's a good sign to see the favorite shaking off those early nerves. Catalyst is cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. Despite the ranking gap, this is a very comfortable spot for the number 4 seed. Tough exchange, but he manages to come out on top and cut the deficit to 2. He's finally starting to look like the top seed on the ladder. And he does it again, continuing a steady climb to close this gap. He's proving why he's the higher ranked man in this series. Catalyst currently leads the all-time head-to-head with 398 wins. That historic dominance seems to be playing a role here as he manages to stay afloat against the world number 1. Let's see if he can push this lead even further. He's refusing to go away, chipping away at the lead to bring this closer. The underdogs are clearly feeling the pressure as he finds another opening. He's practically untouchable right now, putting up a huge fight heading into the break. That's a huge push to keep things tight before the switch. We've got a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the switch. I mean, the favorite is playing exactly how we expected. He's keeping his composure well despite Phantom's top ranking. Fresh start for both players. A perfect sequence for the higher seed, staying aggressive as he refuses to let this map slip away. He's finding a way to stay within striking distance. He's completely leveled the playing field, bringing us back to a dead heat. Things are completely wide open now. Catalyst just nudges ahead, taking a narrow 1-round lead. Both these guys have been fighting all day long. That was an effortless stop for him, completely evening things up at 8-8. His overall win rate is keeping him steady in this grind. Catalyst holds the edge now, sitting atop at 9-8. A precise follow-up after that tough loss on Dunes. What a response! He brings the series back to a dead even split. He's playing the role of the heavy favorite perfectly today. Catalyst just sneaks back into the lead. 10-9. Catalyst is really making the most of his day so far. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to pull ahead by 2. Pure luck for that survivor to walk away from the edge. A sharp flick by Phantom, shutting down the momentum and narrowing the gap to just 1. The pressure is starting to mount for the leader. Absolutely crisp. He is fully in control now, forcing a dead tie in this series. The tables have completely turned in this final stretch. A lightning fast reaction from Catalyst to secure this round, putting him just 1 win away from victory. Spectacular recovery to tie it up. We are headed for overtime. Absolute deadlock now as we head into the extra frames. What an absolute war of attrition. He claws through the damage to secure another round in this incredible comeback. He's completely shifted the energy in this overtime stretch. Neither player is giving an inch today. We've reached a complete deadlock in this overtime battle. A perfect response after that loss on Dunes. A grueling exchange that ultimately goes his way, pushing the lead to 14-13. He is finally capitalizing on that top spot on the ladder. Absolute lightning speed from him to take this round, putting himself on the verge of victory. He is just firing on all cylinders right now. Massive save from Catalyst to keep this series alive. He's found a way to breathe again in this tight spot. Unbelievable. He refuses to back down and closes out the series in spectacular fashion. Just a pure test of will in that overtime period. He really dug deep to find those last few rounds after being pushed to the limit. What a match. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this series with a high 63% lifetime win rate. It's an impressive mark that speaks to why he's holding the top spot on the ladder. He's clearly looking to extend his dominance in this specific rivalry. Phantom is keeping the pressure on early, securing that second round right from the ramp. The current #1 seed is putting on a clinic right now. Vortex just found an opening to take control of the pace and get things back on even ground. Phantom is really starting to pile on the lead, quickly shutting down Vortex's attempt to push from the ramp. The #1 seed is simply not letting up. Phantom is just too quick today, putting a huge gap between them early on. Vortex is refusing to back down, digging in to chip away at that deficit. Still a bit of a climb for the underdog here. Phantom has a massive historical advantage, holding a 60% lifetime win rate against Vortex. He's really putting those past encounters to good use tonight. We have to see if the 5th seed can find a way to break this pattern. Phantom is just too snappy today, erasing that narrow lead and punishing Vortex from the ramp. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of that 11-26 day. Phantom is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. Vortex is still trailing by 3, sitting at 4. Vortex is definitely playing with a lot of heart here. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the top seed is playing precisely how we expected. He's capitalizing on that great recent form to keep things firmly in his control. Side swap. Let's see who blinks. He shuts things down from the window, showing a lot of grit in this comeback effort. Slowing the momentum down just in time. Phantom keeps a narrow 2-round cushion over Vortex. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence after a dominant day. Phantom pushes the lead further up to 9-6. His recent run of form is making this look like a foregone conclusion. Unreal. He claws his way out of that chaotic trade with a sliver of health left to extend the streak. His recent form has been an absolute rampage with 24 wins today. He just clears the ramp for another win, pushing his streak to 4. He's looking incredibly sharp tonight, extending a long winning run across his matches. Vortex manages to shut the door and gets a clean reset here. A huge gap in rating doesn't always mean a clean sweep. A completely effortless exchange. And Phantom is now just 1 round away from victory. And there it is. Phantom secures the final kill to shut out the series. He's just on another level today. Total control from the jump, and he completely owned the server. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Catalyst taking on Vortex today, and the favorite is looking strong for this match. Catalyst historically dominates this pairing with a 66% win rate, but the statistics on this particular map tell a completely different story for him. It'll be interesting to see if the overall head-to-head edge can outweigh that map disadvantage. Unbelievable, he walks away from that exchange with his life. He's really fighting for air today after that tough 11:27 run. Absolutely wild. He survives that chaotic exchange by the skin of his teeth. Despite that high seed, he's really struggling to put together a rhythm. Vortex is just relentless, strolling to a 3-round surge. Things are looking very different than the 13-6 result they just shared. Vortex is just untouchable right now, extending that lead to 5-1. He's really struggling to find a foothold tonight. He's simply in a different league right now, picking up another one to keep the run going. He's just completely took over the server, claiming another quick point to push his lead to 7. Catalyst finally answers back with a swift kill to cut the lead to 7-2. Catalyst has been really struggling lately with that 30% win rate in his last 10 games. But these last 2 rounds prove he hasn't completely lost his edge. It'll be interesting to see if this small streak is enough to bridge the gap. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is a total reversal of the typical script. The underdog is completely controlling the pace, and we might be looking at a major upset here. Time to see if that momentum holds. Vortex is just cruise controlling with a 10-3 grip. He's putting on a clinic despite that 11:27 day. What a scramble! Both players were fighting for their lives, and he barely survives the carnage. Vortex is playing a completely different game than the one he lost earlier today. He's showing some real fight now, managing to pull back a couple of points in a row. The top 4 seed is finally starting to wake up. That was an effortless blow to Catalyst, and now Vortex is just 1 point away from the victory. A stark contrast to how he played earlier today. And that is it. He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. It's just a total shift in power as the lower seed completely dismantles the veteran's long-term dominance. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy today as Phantom takes on Catalyst in this exciting duel. Phantom is heading into this series on a hot streak, having won 8 straight games, and that momentum is already showing here against the Catalyst, who has struggled throughout the day. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can keep this pressure on. Catalyst just finds his target, shutting down Phantom right there on the wine. Their overall head-to-head history is surprisingly close. We've got a deadlock as they head into round 5. He's usually the one expected to take the series. The momentum has completely flipped as he secures his 3rd straight victory. An unexpected turn for the top-rated player in the league. Unbelievable. He barely manages to survive that exchange, clawing back to a tie. Catalyst pulls ahead, now leading the series 4-3. The rating gap hasn't been a factor in this specific set. Catalyst leads the historical head-to-head with 398 total wins, and that lifelong edge seems to be weighing on Phantom. It's tough to shake that mental block when your opponent has usually had the answer for you. Now we just have to see if he can capitalize on this lead. Catalyst is really dominating, pushing ahead to a 6-4 lead. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. That was an absolute blink and you miss it trade. Phantom is reacting incredibly fast right now. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. It's pretty much playing out as we hoped with the favorite, keeping a narrow gap. Phantom still has a path back if he can tighten up. Let's see who finds their groove first. Catalyst is really pulling away now, holding an 8-5 cushion. It's a different story today than their most recent clash on Blame Orange. Pure chaos in this exchange, and somehow he walks away with the win by a hair. Heart-stopping numbers for the winner, barely holding on to survive. Catalyst is cruising now with a commanding 9-6 lead. He's showing the form that earned him that top spot. He's staying aggressive, securing another round to keep the pressure on. Catalyst is looking unstoppable with a 10-7 lead. He really is playing like the favorite tonight. Catalyst is just outclassing him right now, winning the last 2 rounds in a flash. Phantom is fighting back. He's not letting this game slip away without a fight. He's really trying to put that recent match against him to good use. A completely effortless round for Catalyst, putting him on the brink of victory. And there it is. An absolutely perfect final shot closes out the series. You really managed to flip the script today, taking down the world #1 in a stunning upset. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can claim the win. Phantom is putting on a display and currently holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. That historical gap is staring Vortex right in the face today. It will be tough for him to adjust if the pressure keeps building like this. Vortex is surging ahead, clutching a narrow 2-1 lead. Phantom keeps things locked in, catching Vortex right there on the ramp to tie it up. It's a total toss-up right now for the top seed. Vortex takes the lead, pushing it to 3-2. That's a bold start from the underdog. Phantom is simply too quick on the trigger right now, taking a huge chunk out of that momentum. The league's #1 seed is fighting to stay in control. That was a chaotic scramble with both of them fighting for the same space on the ramp. The top seed is really asserting his dominance here. Vortex is reading the map perfectly right now, just picking Phantom off the ramp to tie things up. Vortex is showing a lot of grit, especially given the rating gap. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, catching Vortex right there on the ramp to grab the lead. He's been on fire today with a 25-5 record. Both of these players are just swapping leads every single round, and it's coming right down to the wire. He's really fighting to close that rating gap. Phantom edges ahead by a single point now. Vortex is clearly fighting an uphill battle against the best in the league. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's making a strong case for an upset, given how the analysts viewed this pair today. He's just staying steady while Vortex struggles to keep up. Fresh start for both players here. Phantom holds a tight one-round cushion as we reset. That was a lightning fast response to get back in this. Vortex is on a roll now, easily picking Phantom off that ramp to secure the lead. Vortex is certainly playing the role of spoiler right now. He's absolutely taking over this game, securing another flawless point to extend his run. Vortex is putting a complete reversal on their last meeting today. Just outclassed, he's completely shifted the energy of this match with another clean win. He's shaking off that poor 12-25 record from earlier today. He answers back immediately, shutting down that run with a crisp headshot. Vortex has really shaken off that tough 12-25 start to the day. So yeah, it's a completely different story from his earlier matches. And now the real question is if he can sustain this pressure and close the gap on the favorite. Vortex is really squeezing the life out of this game, putting a huge amount of pressure on Phantom. He's simply too fast today, and now he's just a single point away from victory. Phantom just refuses to go away, cleaning him off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. That's a huge response from the higher ranked seed. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door to claim the victory. He really played a different game in that closing stretch, completely shutting down the top seed's rhythm. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has dominated his head-to-head history by winning 66% of their matchups. But Vortex is definitely playing with a different kind of confidence after beating him in a blowout recently. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can reclaim that historical edge today. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, and he completely shut down that push from the ramp. He's definitely proving why those two high seed rankings are so close. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange on the ramp with just a sliver of health remaining. He's definitely in form today after that strong result against Phantom. The momentum has completely shifted over to the other side as he takes another round. The run just keeps growing for Vortex, who is looking completely untouchable right now. The higher rated player is really struggling to find an answer here. Another huge play here, just picking him right off the ramp to keep the roll going. His 13-4 victory in their last meet is starting to look like a pattern. Vortex holds the high ground in heaven for another win, extending his lead to 7-1. Catalyst finally draws some blood using that boost for a clean connection. He definitely looks like the better player on paper. Catalyst is starting to claw his way back into this, securing another victory from the Tetris position. We're seeing that top 4 rating really start to make an impact. He's just too fast from the Tetris, making it 3 in a row. The gap between these two is tiny, but the tide is turning. Vortex takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is clearly struggling to keep pace. It's a huge surprise, given Catalyst normally wins 2/3 of their head-to-head fights. Fresh start for the second half. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with a tiny fragment of health left. Heart-stopping finish, he's barely clinging on. Looking at the recent matches, Catalyst is finally finding his footing after that tough loss earlier today. It's a big deal because he really needs a strong result here to recover from a difficult start to the session. He has to shut this out if he wants to keep his hopes alive. What a wild scramble. Both players were practically dead in the water, but he managed to secure the win in a complete slugfest. Vortex is comfortably cruising with a 10-7 lead. Vortex has had the upper hand in most of the recent sets. He is absolutely on fire right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single hit. A completely flawless sequence to keep the rally going. Vortex outlasts him in a fierce battle on the ramp to take a narrow 11-8 lead. Coming off a tough round with 14 wins and 22 losses today. He keeps refusing to go away, closing the gap to just 2 rounds now. He's certainly showing why the crowd expected him to take the series. Vortex shut down that rally instantly, leaving him just a single round away from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to the favorite in this series. A brutal trade of fire here, but he refuses to buckle and takes this round. He's making this a nail-biter now. What a finish. Vortex secures the victory and closes out the match. He really fought back from that massive deficit to keep it tight, but he just couldn't find that final push. He's definitely got the momentum. Now, what a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom taking on Catalyst today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Catalyst gets the early lead, quickly shutting Phantom down even with the elevation advantage on the ramp. Phantom is coming in with a really strong 25-6 record today, and it feels like that high energy is helping him close the gap in this particular map. He's historically the better player here, so he likely feels he has the advantage. It'll be a test to see if he can actually sustain this momentum. He is just totally in control right now, putting up 3 straight wins. His opponent usually gets the better of him in this pairing. Catalyst responds with a crisp kill to narrow the gap. He's definitely leaning on that lifetime head-to-head advantage. Catalyst is really starting to take control of the tempo here, comfortably claiming another round from the ramp. We're seeing a repeat of their previous encounter on Italy. Phantom really makes the most of the verticality here, controlling the pace from the ramp. A really solid performance for the #1 rated player today. And just like that, Phantom ties it up at 4-all. Neither side is blinking as we head into the back half. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 as we hit round 9. The top seed is really finding a way to push the pace. Looking at their history, Catalyst is actually the one who usually wins these battles, but the current scoreline tells a completely different story today. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat and he's making the most of his ranking advantage right now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is really fighting back against the odds right now. He is using that 67% map win rate to stay in control. Let's see if Catalyst can claw back. He manages to find his footing, keeping the pressure on as he refuses to let the scoreline slip away. The favorite is starting to look a bit vulnerable. Phantom handles the duel nicely, picking Catalyst right off that window perch. That's a serious shift in dynamic compared to their other recent clash. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clawing back to a 9-6 lead. Complete shutdown of the opposition, moving his advantage up to 4 games. The world #1 is firmly in charge here. He's on fire, simply outclassing his opponent from the ramp once again. It's a stark contrast to their earlier battle on Italy. Absolutely untouchable, he shuts down the ramp and stands on the verge of victory. His confidence is soaring right now. Catalyst manages to hold his ground from the ramp, delaying the inevitable for one more round. What a finish. Phantom secures the final blow to close this out. He really asserted himself when it counted, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a great matchup between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see who takes the win today. Phantom carries the historical edge with a 60% win rate in their direct matchups, but he's already dropped a set to Vortex in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if he can pivot his strategy to get things back on track. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The top seed is starting to show his class here. The tempo of these encounters is just wild, with the action resolving in almost no time at all. Vortex is absolutely dominating right now, leading 4-1. The top seed is really struggling to get any footing. Unbelievable. Phantom barely clings to life with a sliver of health after that brutal exchange from the Tetris. Talk about a nail biter, those nerves are absolutely rattling. Phantom has a dominant 26 run across his matches today, but the momentum has completely shifted in favor of his opponent. Looking at the current score, it's clear that the top seed is fighting an uphill battle to recapture that early form. Vortex is on fire, taking 3 straight to put a huge gap between himself and the opposition. He's just too fast for him right now. Moving into a 4-round tier. It's a tough look for the #1 seed right now. What a scramble! Both players were practically emptied out, but Vortex barely sneaks through this one. The top-rated man is really struggling to find an answer today. Vortex takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's barely given the world #1 any room to breathe in this first half. Time for a total reset. Vortex is just relentlessly crushing him, sitting at 9-4. A little bit of confidence for the world #1. Vortex stays in the driver's seat at 9-5. He's showing why he's currently sitting at the top of the ladder. He's absolutely on a roll now, securing his 3rd consecutive point. The top-rated man is finally waking up. Vortex secures the point, pushing his lead to a healthy 10 rounds. The favorite is really struggling to keep the pressure up. Phantom finally claws back to 7-10, narrowing the gap. Another one in the books for him, showing some real grit in this comeback attempt. He's starting to look a lot more dangerous in these exchanges. Vortex puts a stop to that little run, barely letting Phantom get any momentum back. The 2nd highest rated guy is truly putting on a clinic. A completely untouched exchange for Phantom, refusing to let his opponent close this out. The pressure is mounting on the favored side to put up a real fight. He's refusing to go away, strolling through that round without taking a single point of damage. A really clean sequence of play to bridge that gap. Devastatingly fast reaction from Vortex to put himself 1 point away from victory. What an answer. He keeps this fight alive with a perfect snap to the head. He's proving why he's the most feared man in the league. Game over. Vortex secures the final shot to close it out and takes the series. Phantom really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that one final shot. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on orange to see who takes the win today. Catalyst holds a strong lead with a 66% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. It's interesting because Vortex is coming off a very strong run of games today. He'll need that momentum to overcome the historical gap between them. Vortex is really heating up, leading 2-1. Vortex entered this server with a huge amount of confidence. He's simply untouchable right now, walking away without taking any damage. He really seems to have the measure of his opponent today. Unreal, he almost didn't make it through that scrap, but he manages to come out on top. He needed the result after that tough loss to Phantom earlier today. Vortex is dominating, pushing his lead to a commanding 4-2. He's looking every bit the higher seed right now. Vortex is on a 4-game winning streak heading into this series. You know, it's a sharp contrast to his historic struggles against the 5th ranked player in the league. He's really proving that his current form can outweigh any previous head-to-head disadvantages. He's refusing to back down. Digging in to secure another point. He's finally starting to find some answers over here. Vortex is surging ahead, now holding a 6-4 advantage. He looks extremely comfortable playing as the higher seed right now. Vortex is just relentless, moving to 7-4. He's continuing to lean on a really hot run of games. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. I mean, the underdog is playing far above expectations here. It is a surprising start, given that Catalyst usually controls this rivalry. Let's see who hits their stride now. Vortex really read him well and cleared him right off that ramp. Vortex really is enjoying a purple patch throughout his recent series. Vortex is just coasting now, sitting pretty at 9-5. That a very strong look for a player who is currently 4th in our rating. That was an absolute blink and you missed it in counter, and the momentum swings back heavily toward the leader. Just completely outclassed again. He's now 4 rounds deep into this frightening streak. It is a complete mirror image of their last meeting. He's simply an absolute wall right now, standing just 3. Finally, a response from Catalyst, managing to hold the slide for just a moment. What a finish. Vortex closes it out with a perfect final sequence to secure the victory. Just total dominance on a map. He always seems to feel at home on. He's completely wiped the floor with the competition today. Welcome everyone, we're live on Italy as Phantom takes on Catalyst in a battle for dominance. Phantom enters this as the #1 rated player in our league. It's a massive shift in pressure now that he's trailing. He's historically been the favorite in this pair, so he'll be eager to reclaim that momentum quickly. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head back out. Catalyst is really feeling the heat from a rough 12-24 day. Phantom completely takes over from the wine, putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. He's absolutely on fire, extending that streak to 4 rounds straight. Simply unstoppable right now. He's just outclassing everyone in his path. He's just reinforcing that massive gap between them on the ladder. Catalyst answers back with a crisp shot to slow the pace. Looking at the long-term history, Catalyst actually leads their head-to-head matchup. But that historical edge hasn't translated into a result today. He's just not keeping pace with the consistency Phantom is showing. What an absolute war. Catalyst barely survives that exchange to keep his comeback alive. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. Coming off a highly productive 26-7 run today. Phantom is moving into the break with an 8-4 lead. We're seeing a total reversal of the pre-match expectations here. He's making the most of his 66% win rate on Italy to put himself in a great position. Time for a total reset. Phantom's command of this series is becoming absolute at 9-4. His presence at the top of the ladder is truly showing here. Catalyst fights back, though Phantom still holds a 9-5 grip. The 5th ranked player is starting to find some gaps in the defense. He's quickly answering back and refusing to let Catalyst build any real momentum. The distance between these two is just widening by the second. He's essentially acting like the top seed on the board. Catalyst is fighting for every single point now, refusing to let this match slip away without a struggle. Just a flicker of a movement and he's got it. One more for the finish. What a way to close it out. He survives the damage and secures the final kill to seal the deal. He looked like a different beast today, completely flipping the script on their usual rivalry. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Vortex are ready for battle, and the favorite looks strong heading into this one. Phantom holds a massive historical advantage with over 2,000 more wins in their head-to-head history. But Vortex has actually won most of their recent clashes. It'll be interesting to see if that current trend can overcome the overall gap. Phantom is cruising right now, leading 2-1. He really seems comfortable playing against the league leader today. Phantom is reading him like a book and puts an end to that ramp play. Vortex has certainly played with a lot of confidence lately. Phantom keeps the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. He's really proving why the oddsmakers liked him coming into this. Phantom is just far too quick on the triggers right now, picking up the win from the Tetris. He's showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Vortex fights back, but Phantom still holds a narrow edge. He's fighting hard to repeat that 13-11 result from their previous game. Vortex is just continuing that climb, using the high ground to secure the lead. Everything is back to a dead heat for these two. Phantom takes advantage of that verticality and puts himself back in the driver's seat. The #1 seed is asserting himself right now. Phantom really loves that Tetris spot, using the height to keep this lead moving in his direction. He's really putting that rating gap on display right now. What a fight! Vortex somehow scrapes by after barely surviving that exchange to pick Phantom off the ramp. We are all square at 6 apiece. I mean, Phantom is really defying the odds makers right now by staying dead even. Let's see if he can maintain this momentum to pull off the upset in the second half. New side, fresh start. Vortex is on fire right now, using that ramp to secure his 3rd straight round. The 4th ranked player is really stepping up his game. Now we're completely locked in at 7 apiece. That was a lightning fast reaction to stop the bleeding. Phantom claws back the lead to make it 8-7. It's a sharp contrast to his tougher day compared to the opposition. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Phantom manages to survive the brawl to pull further ahead. Vortex has definitely seen better days than this. He is completely outclassing the competition, taking a 4-round lead in this stretch. That's a strong contrast to his rough patch earlier today. He takes control from the box to move his streak up to 5. It looks like he's in peak form today after that 27-7 run. Absolute perfection from him, extending that run to 6 and moving within striking distance of the win. Finally, a break in the action as Vortex shuts him down on the ramp. Vortex is refusing to go down quietly in this one. Another effortless pick for Vortex, who is doing everything he can to keep this contest alive. Unbelievable, Phantom secures the final kill from the Tetris to take the match. Vortex put up a great fight early on, but that sheer speed we saw in a few of those rounds was just too much to handle. Welcome everyone to the match. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Catalyst owns the historical head-to-head with a 66% win rate over the long term. It's a stark contrast to the current form where Vortex seems to have the psychological upper hand. He'll want to prove that those old stats don't matter today. Vortex secures the win from the ramp, pushing his current lead to 3-0. His recent form is just leagues ahead of where Catalyst sits currently. Vortex just keeps on rolling, catching his opponent right off the ramp to extend his lead. He's coming into this series with a lot of momentum from that previous 13-6 win. Unreal. He barely walks away from that exchange, but the lead grows to 5-0. Rough timing for the 5th ranked player to be struggling like this. Absolute control as he shuts him down from the planks. The 4 rated player is making it look easy. He just can't find a way to counter the pressure, which now puts him down 7-0. He's really making the most of that momentum from the previous encounter. Finally, a response from Catalyst, who secures a fast win to get back on the board. Catalyst is really struggling to shake off that 12-24 record from today. It's an incredibly difficult day for him at the office. He has the skill to flip this, but the mental toll is starting to show. Vortex takes the fight from the toolbox to put a huge dent in Catalyst's brief rally. The momentum shift here is starting to feel permanent. Vortex holds a commanding 11-1 lead. I mean, we really expected the favorite to hold his ground here. Vortex has completely flipped the script on this series and is now just 2 rounds away from the win. He's back in total command, shutting down the challenge from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away. A complete turnaround from those early career losses. Catalyst manages to plant his feet on the ramp and outplay the leader. Slightly more confidence for the underdog as he tries to claw back. What a read. Catalyst just deletes him right off the wine box. The pressure is definitely shifting onto the leader now. Incredible. He just blew through that defense and takes down the leader from the wine box. He's simply not letting up, taking his 4th straight to keep the dream alive. The gap in the rankings is practically non-existent right now. What a wild trade of fire, but Vortex comes out on top to secure the victory. He really asserted himself here, proving that the tide has shifted in this rivalry. Welcome to Redline. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Phantom has been in incredible form today with a 28-7 record over the last 24 hours. That should translate to a strong start, but Catalyst actually holds a narrow lead in their lifetime head-to-head history. It will be interesting to see if the top seed can force that trend back in his favor. Catalyst is really hitting up, claiming a quick 2-0 lead. The top seed is looking completely shaken right now. A real slugfest on the ramp there. Phantom definitely isn't letting the early deficit get to him. And just like that, Phantom levels the series. The current world #1 is finally exerting his authority. A complete shutdown of the opponent, and that's 3 straight for him. Absolutely terrifying performance. He just dismantles Catalyst from the ramp to secure his 4th straight round. Catalyst answers back instantly to keep this close. The higher seeded player isn't completely untouchable here. We are deadlocked at 4-all as we head back. A massive flip from the pre-match expectations. Phantom manages to pull himself away from the ramp and hold that higher ground perfectly. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life there to secure a huge victory in a total brawl. What a display of power as he secures a huge lead from the ramp. He looks as confident as he did during that win on Aim Italy. Phantom leads 7-5 heading into the break. Honestly, the underdog is putting on a real clinic right now. He's completely ignored the history in this rivalry to take a lead in the set. Fresh start for the second half. Catalyst puts up a strong response, easily picking him off the ramp to close that gap. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel irrelevant. What an answer from Catalyst, erasing that lead from the ramp to even the score at 7-7. That's a fierce shift in momentum for the challenger. An absolute shutout to take control of the map. He's now surging ahead after a spirited recovery. He's simply refusing to let the pressure get to him. What a grit from Catalyst. He manages to outlast his opponent in a total firefight to keep his momentum rolling. He's simply refusing to let the other guy get a foothold. He is simply on another level right now, securing his 5th consecutive round without taking a single hit. Insane. That was a brutal scramble where he barely walked away alive. That was a nail-biter to get his momentum back. A precise shot puts him firmly in the driver's seat as he continues this climb. The momentum shift is becoming a landslide for the challenger. What a scramble! He manages to outlast his opponent in a desperate fight to keep his hopes alive. He's showing some serious nerves of steel in these close calls. He edges out another fierce exchange to put himself just 1 round away from victory. What a spectacular turnaround to seize the victory. He's clearly finally found his footing today, and it's a massive result to pull off against the world #1. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this duel with a towering 70% win rate on this map. It's a clear advantage that pairs well with his overall lead in their historical head-to-head. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can narrow that gap today. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the server. Everything about this looks identical to their last encounter. A clean response from Vortex to get back into this. The favorite isn't letting the lead slip away just yet. What a scrap. He nearly goes down with that, but digs deep to claw back another round. He is seriously playing on a razor's edge with his health. Phantom completely shuts that down, punishing Vortex for trying to hold the ramp. That dominance has been on display all day, totaling 28 wins. Phantom is currently keeping a strong grip on the match, which fits perfectly with his 28-8 run over the last day. I mean, seeing that level of confidence translate into these rounds makes him a very dangerous opponent right now. We have to wonder if Vortex has any answer for this pace. He is just too sharp, securing his 4th straight as the lead grows to 7. Vortex answers right back with a flawless shot to stop that run. The number 4 seed is fighting to stay in this one. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life and claws out another round from the ramp. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly he's completely defying the odds right now. He's showing exactly why he holds the top seed in this league by keeping the pressure on the favorite. Let's see how the swap affects them. Vortex is showing some serious grit, picking him right off the ramp. He looks completely revitalized after that switch. Phantom holds an 8-6 edge as we enter round 14. The top-rated guy is simply too composed in these exchanges. Phantom extends his cushion to 9-6 with that play. The world number 1 is really finding his stride here. Vortex wins a fierce exchange on the ramp to keep his comeback hopes alive. The momentum is shifting, just as it did in their previous duel. He's proving remarkably stubborn, refusing to let his lead slip further away. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat at 9-all. A massive shift in momentum to put everything back on the line. He manages to break the deadlock, clawing back a slight lead. He really knows how to fight back against the odds. Vortex is refusing to break, erasing the entire deficit to tie this series up. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. We've reached a real nail-biter here. Neither player is giving an inch as they trade rounds back and forth. The higher rated side is really starting to assert himself. What a huge play to secure match point, winning that scramble from the ramp. Just an absolute wall of skill in that exchange. Vortex secures an effortless kill to keep the pressure high in this closing stretch. A lightning fast exchange to keep the dream alive. And just like that, we are headed to overtime after an incredible surge from the trailing player. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Nobody is giving the other a second to breathe. The top-rated player in the league is showing a lot of heart. Vortex puts on a clinic from the ramp, showing incredible resolve to bring this to a dead heat. He simply refused to let up, grabbing another for himself as he pushes the lead to 14-13. Neither side can pull away, as we find ourselves right back at a dead heat. The gap in ratings has felt non-existent tonight. He just completely dismantled his opponent to reclaim the lead. Absolute precision in those last two encounters. Vortex just keeps hammering away, forcing this into a breathtaking double overtime deadlock. Absolute chaos in the server as we head into double overtime. Phantom pulls ahead by a single round. Total deadlock at 16 all as we move forward. Vortex clinches a narrow lead at 17-16. The tension is palpable as they enter these closing moments. A complete standstill now with both at 17. It's a bloodbath out there tonight. Phantom manages to edge ahead with an 18-17 lead. The sheer composure on display from the favorite is impressive. Both players are deadlocked once again at 18 apiece. Neither player can pull ahead in this grueling war of attrition. Vortex takes a slim lead as we hit round 37. Vortex has a 2-round cushion heading into round 38. He's really putting on a clinic in this final stretch. Vortex is just a sliver ahead at 2019. The number 1 seed is refusing to go quietly. A perfect stalemate as they hit 20 each. Neither one of these players is blinking first tonight. Vortex is currently 1 step ahead at 21-20. Pure nerves of steel from the underdog right now. Absolute mayhem as Phantom forces a 21-21 deadlock. They're just completely deadlocked in this. Neither player is willing to budge an inch tonight. Phantom finally sneaks ahead by a single round. A total deadlock at 22, all as we reset. Phantom has reclaimed a tiny advantage at 23-22. He really is proving why he holds that number 1 spot. We are back to a dead heat at 23 apiece. Total deadlock again as both refuse to blink. Man, this is becoming an absolute marathon. Vortex has surged ahead by 1 in this epic. He's really starting to seize control of the pace here. Vortex has a strong 2-round lead at 25-23. He really shook the world with that one, taking down the top seed in a legendary overtime battle. What a fight!